Right down to the end of your days, and I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the day. So now I'm coming for y'all, whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't think it personal, I gotta finish you off, cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello, you beautiful people, and welcome to today's broadcast of the DPC SEA region, brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad, I'm going to be your host for today, and joining me on the panel is Black and Lacoste to take us through today's best of three. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Doing good.
Good noon.
Good noon. so we're having this discussion, like, what do you say if it's not, afternoon? If it's
what
not
do you
a
say
morning?
at 12? Like just when it's noon.
Yeah,
how
I
do you
guess
greet
either
someone? A good noon sounds weird.
Good day? That's very British though, isn't it? Good day, sir.
Yeah,
how
good day,
do you
sir.
do, sir?
That
Sir
sounds
Black?
Good noon, sir.
Very axe.
Yeah.
Very axe. Good day, sir. Yeah, true. Of course, we had a day full of Dota yesterday. Some serious upsets happening yesterday as we had, the big teams falling. It was crazy. Boom beating out over Fnatic, which we just didn't really expect at all. I mean, from the Dota you saw yesterday, what have you what are you now reconsidering about this region?
Still very chaotic. Teams are very inconsistent. Like, you coming into certain matchups, you don't know what you can expect from the teams. Like, Boom at the start didn't look that good. Now, after the series yesterday, they look like a team, that can actually go to a major, which, kind of surprised me. Coming here, I was like, Boom. I've seen some really good performances from them. I have high expectations. Then I see first two series. I'm like, what are these guys doing? Then yesterday, I'm like, sure, they still have a chance.
Yeah, and then today again, maybe it's the other way again. What are those guys doing? It's just stability is not a thing in this region. Like so far, even Neon, although they're 3-0, they have showed a couple of very big misdrafts, that you really can't allow yourself to have on the really big stage. Consistency has been, and don't know, maybe always will be an issue for this region.
Coming out from
the
the EU region, which I watch the most, because of the time zones, of course, as well. So, like yesterday's game, let's say Nigma against Team Secret, where Team Secret just dismantles Nigma. So I'm trying to compare, some of these teams playing against Team Secret, and like I still feel like most of the teams would not be able to pair up well against them. So, I want to see some more consistency coming out from this region, like straight up, let's say, 3-4 series, good drafts, no shenanigans. You do not want to overextend. This is something that we've seen from T1,
Asking SEA for no shenanigans is a big request.
You can't, like, if you want to be the best, you cannot afford to do such things.
Alrighty, well, we did have our lower division series just before this match, which has now ended with Lil Gun taking the victory over Signal Ultra with a 2-1, which means things now look like this. Signal Ultra have been beaten. They've finally fallen in the lower bracket, meaning Omega Esports are taking the lead with their 4-0 record. But over here in the upper division, things are looking chaotic. There's only one team that hasn't lost a series, and that is Neon Esports. Guys, I mean, what have you thought about Neon so far from the games you've watched of them?
Yeah, we spoke about it at the beginning. They're one of the dark horses in this tournament that definitely had the potential to, be the best team and beat the best teams as well. And so far they've shown that. But they still have to face Fnatic, I believe. So we'll have to see how that pairs up. But Fnatic's loss yesterday is really good for Neon, of course.
Huge.
To just secure their top 1 position. They have a lot more room for error now.
They do indeed. Alrighty, well, let's get it into gear for today's series, which is, of course, going to be Boom versus T1. These two teams battling out, and this is an important game for both of these teams because, as we mentioned yesterday, Boom, they're now on 2 wins and 1 loss. Pulling off a big upset yesterday. They want to keep that momentum going, and if they do, then a position at the major is looking quite likely for them. Meanwhile, T1, they're currently at 1 win, 1 loss. Haven't played as much as the other teams just yet. They really need to start proving themselves, though, because even in their victory, they didn't look super good versus 496 either. Went to the full 3 games. It was a little bit shaky. What do you want to see them improve on T1 compared to their series versus 496?
Something that they've done, especially against 496, is you can see them diving the towers. They don't want to close out the game that can be closed straight away. You do not give your opportunity to your enemies to be able to come back into the game. So that's something they should work on. Just a bit more consistency. Someone you need to have a captain who says, yeah, it's enough. Go back, and everyone just goes back instantly instead of just overextending. So this is something that they should work on. Still, I feel this team, they only played 2 series. This is going to be their 3rd one. I want to see more of them, but feel like this team still have super high chances going to a major.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think when we were coming into this tournament, we had that top 4 of TNC, Fnatic as maybe our top 2, and then we had Boom and T1, maybe T1 above Boom. I mean, this is the series which is going to now sort out that 3 and 4. Obviously, things not looking how we expected coming into it, and in the bracket, these two teams are really around the middle. So this game ultimately could lead to deciding whether one of these teams get to the major and which one doesn't. If Neon are able to keep up their dominance, if those other teams recover. Black, again, talking about T1, I've noticed that throughout their drafting, they like the Monkey King, but every other hero they tend to mix up a lot. There is so much variance in their drafts. Do you think that's a good thing because they're unpredictable, or a bad thing because they don't really have a meta play which they stick to?
Okay, so I would say it's a good thing if you have a very defined play style, but they do not. They mix up their play style a lot. Sometimes the real carries in the mid lane, sometimes in the safe lane, And if you mix it up like that all the time, it's so hard to get stability in your game, which is ultimately what you're lacking. And just overall, the draft doesn't seem very cohesive. Against 496 in the last draft, they just picked this random Timber Saw against a Storm OD. It had absolutely no place in the draft, and you can't really afford these kind of mistakes because the better teams will punish you.
Those SEA curveballs.
We like to talk about the drafts because it's something you play with. If you have a better car, it's much easier, to get faster from and safer from destination A to B. So, if you do stuff like that, one game they had was with the Naga Siren, Beastmaster, and Venge. So, you pair up your carry that does not want to take any fights. She just wants to farm the jungle, join fights a bit later on. What's the purpose of having a Beastmaster and a Venge? You want to use those auras to be able to win and get some advantage going on.
T1 will have to prove themselves in this series versus Boom if they want to win the faith off this panel back again. But talking about Boom, they did a little bit of winning yesterday, and I think the most important thing about this team is that they proved that you can rely on Drew. Him on his troll yesterday really kind of came through in that final game, clinched out the series for them, and kind of reignited our faith in this team to not just be Makoto +4. Do you guys agree?
It was just one game that he completely dominated on that troll, didn't die a single time. But if you compare his other performances on Anti-Mage, on Slark, on Weaver, that's just non-consistent. Like his item build. You Black talk about his Phantom Lancer game the other day. I still feel it was not that good of a Phantom Lancer game to start with, so not that much of his fault. And he's not really like a super experienced player, so has a lot of things to learn.
Yeah, but especially if you're like, just to go back to the Phantom Lancer game, if you're in a winning condition, and really the only winning condition, because you have a bad rider middle, another initiator off lane, you're the only one that deals damage, and you need to recognize that, Like, if there was a Matumba man there, he would definitely itemize for damage items, because that's the only way you win the game, If you itemize for tank items, maybe you don't die, your entire team will die, though, and then you can't do anything by yourself. And that's just, as you said, the lack of experience. He has, he has a lot of work ahead of him. Let's put it that way.
Alrighty, well, let's have a talk about, move the focus away from the cores and have a think about our support, specifically Hyde and Zephyr, the two POS 4s. I feel like Hyde did a lot of work in that last series as well, and Zephyr is often kind of the deciding factor in the laning phase for T1, and they have some very interesting stats head-to-head against each other as well, really showing the difference between these two players. Kill participations, Zephyr is a little bit higher up on kill participation. Meanwhile, in tower damage, Hyde's had some games where he's been hitting some buildings, picking some heroes which can do that as well, and just generally like very different playstyles between the two, yet both kind of forming a similar role within their team, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest difference I actually see is how active Hyde is with placing wards, which is something a lot of POS 4s I feel don't do enough. They have like these Nyx assassins and in general just more mobility kind of heroes. So getting in deeper wards and getting out quickly is much easier for you. And you can see like Yapzor, doing a very good job of that in Team Secret, for example. And really, it's just like a thing a good POS 4 needs to have, I believe. And so Zephyr is a little bit lacking there, but Hyde is definitely a good backbone of the team.
I feel like some of the position 4s forgot that they are still a support. You still need to buy sentries from time to time. Depends like how your position 5 is doing. If he needs to get an item for himself to keep himself alive in the team fights. You need to buy some observer wards placed because your position 5, especially if he is not very mobile hero, if you're not smoking up to plant those wards, position 4 needs to help out.
Yeah. Everybody wants to be this like
greedy,
third and a half core or whatever. I'm gonna have my blink deck. I'm gonna 10 and then itemize into a BKB.
But I think it's kind of the top teams which set that precedent. Looking at, it feels silly to come back to EU and we're talking about SEA, but some of the biggest POS 4s like Yapzor can be very greedy in some games, and then of course in China we've got Baboko who's showing off right now, again known for being pretty greedy. These guys kind of set the trend for a lot of these other position 4 players and give them something to look up to and give them something to play towards, when sometimes you do want that POS 4 that can play more for the team. But we do have a draft.
And if other teams are successful with having a really greedy position 4 that are considered the top teams, other teams will start to copy it, which is not necessarily a good thing for them, because like you need to have your own play style. You might take some advices, you might take some notes from the other teams, but you still need to play the game with your own team, use strengths of your players to your advantage.
Yeah, every POS 5 is very different. You have people like Fly who don't care at all about just buying everything, placing everything in good positions because they're very good at it. Yeah. Then you have other people like Puppy who are more like
I still want to have fun.
POS 5, yeah. I mean, you can see like they're always all rich. I don't even know how they do it. They find way too much gold. But yeah, like every support player is different. Every core player is different, Just make good use of each other.
Absolutely, absolutely. Important lessons taught to us by our panel. But we do, of course, have this draft underway, and there's some interesting things to talk about already. The thing I noticed is that Boom Esports actually banning out the Monkey King, which T1 did pick in every single game, all 3 of them versus 496. And T1 actually choosing to open with the Disruptor. Interesting hero, but they seem to be pretty keen on it.
Yeah, Disruptor is, I would say, one of the greedier POS 5s. He needs his level 6 before he can really become effective.
Cuckoo's like, I'm done. I don't like this Disruptor.
Yeah,
First phase, I'm not just kidding, guys. I'm coming back.
Yeah. Nice troll. They're all like, you got me there.
Got you. Prank, bro.
Great joke, friend. But yeah, they did pick this in the 3rd game versus 496, the Disruptor. I think it was first phase then as well.
And did a lot of work.
Did.
But Pango is really good against Disruptor, right? On paper?
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to throw, especially if that's a position for Pango that we see quite a lot. Like one of my notes is like Pango 4. You know, just this region really enjoys playing it, and I feel there's a ton of potential. Like the item build, pretty much always the one that I like the most. Is just, you know, having that Orb of Corrosion, Blink Dagger on position 4 feels really good. And if you get more farm like Basher, so you can scale and still be able to control the team fights. New Shard also feels really good on Pango.
Yeah, there's a lot to play with, a lot of options which we like to see in POS 4 heroes. If they can play the game in different ways in whatever suits their team, that often ends up being a very valuable early pickup. What do you guys think about this CM and then this Wraith King again? It's quite an unconventional pick with the CM, not a super popular hero in the region, and Wraith King, you know, he's had his popularity. I think week 1 we saw a lot of him, faded a little bit now, but T1's still looking to go down that road.
I mean, Wraith King is just one of the most independent laners right now, which makes a lot of sense if you have a hero like Disruptor, who we said is like a more greedy support. He's not the best lane support, you know, not the worst, but just like a middle of the pack. So something like a Wraith King, when you don't really see the offlane matchup, makes a lot of sense just to make up for that greed. And CM is just a very, honestly, very generic support. Like, you know, you can gank, you can lane support, you do a little bit of everything. It's just a very good hero to have overall.
If I had to compare Disruptor to CM, like CM just brings so much more to the lane, but Disruptor more to the team fight for sure.
Yeah. That ulti can be game-winning as well from Disruptor. I think he's got one of the sleeper ultis, I'd almost say. You know, sometimes that ulti comes out, just catches you off guard, and it's just, you know, kills off spirits very easily. If they can get caught out without a BKB, or later on in the game, even with a BKB, doesn't matter. If they get nags, it's over.
Like, there's some top-tier heroes right now that are completely ignored. Nyx Assassin, Keeper of the Light, these heroes are highly contested across all other regions.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Coddle. Well, we've had a couple of the teams. I mean, Neon, notably, have been playing a ton of Coddle and have been owning with it. Does really make you kind of wonder why the other teams aren't putting more stock into it. Why do you think that is?
I mean, it can just be like a playstyle thing, because Coddle does require a team to have a certain playstyle. It's not the same hero as before anymore, where it's just like a team fighter. It's more of a, you split the map and you punish mistakes kind of hero, which not a lot of teams can do right now in this region. It's very chaotic. And if you just make 1 or 2 mistakes with Coddle, it can fall off very hard.
Can indeed.
And
Next pickup from T1's going to be the Nyx Assassin, but Lacoste, did you notice anything different in the banning phase, or is it all plain sailing through the second banning
Night
phase?
Stalker's standing out to me. Like, usually you ban that hero when you have something like Oracle, something that does not want to get jumped in your backline. So far, they don't have that hero, so a bit surprised. We've seen some Night Stalkers at the start of the Southeast Asia region being played on a mid lane a couple of times, so that's also a possibility. So, you know, just some inside info does these teams have when they scrim against each other.
Yeah.
It's also a really good counter to what they had. For example, when they put the Night Stalker middle, there was like a puck shown already, which is a really hard counter. This game against Wraith King is very, you don't really care so much about it. But I really like this Beastmaster response to Nyx Assassin. One of the best heroes in the game against Nyx. You just have those random necros that can spot him. If you ever raw him, he's dead. Of course, Nyx can't defend towers. Honestly, none of these 3 heroes can defend towers so far. So Beastmaster will be able to set a really good tempo, lanes well into the Wraith King. Makes a lot of sense with the Pango. The extra attack speed leads to more disarms.
I was about to call that.
This is something they played on a mid lane against the Riki in one of their series. I believe it was 496.
That game, though.
That game was rough. Like, they just completely stomped them. So it's a possibility that it's a mid laner. So what does Boom need? Like, what's a good laner? Black, you play Underlord quite a lot on a mid lane. What's something that you don't like to play into?
Underlord hates like tank breakers like Timbersaw, Ursa. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that are already banned. Like the strongest hero against Underlord is OD. That one's already banned. Honestly, Underlord middle doesn't have a lot of bad matchups. Like, he has a lot of base damage. He reduces the enemy's base damage.
Like, the Firestorm pretty much covers the whole mid area.
The whole mid area, yeah. So against all the melee spirits, you're more likely they're not gonna dominate them.
They could pick Ursa, possibly. Like, not necessarily. It could still be an off-lane Underlord, but it just feels like a
good for Ursa, right?
Good matchup, like against the Wraith King, against the Underlord. Glimpse is a bit of a issue for him, but other than that, looks good.
Yeah.
They go with the troll instead. All right, well, similar idea, but kind of more in another direction. And a hero which we know that Drew wants to play.
What's a good hero in offlane against Troll, though? I mean, Underlord can lane there. He's all right. Not the best, not the worst.
If it's like Nyx 4 and Underlord 4 into Troll plus CM, that's quite suicidal in my opinion. Like they cannot lane there. It's too much pressure, too much slow.
Yeah.
Underlord, very sluggish hero, so maybe they need to put it on a mid lane. Let's see how Boom reads this whole situation.
But what could they pick for offlane then? The Troll CM is an amazing lane. Like almost nothing beats that.
So nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a combo that carries on through the entire game as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I don't think even if you like flex Disruptor to position 4, like Disruptor Underlord, it's still not as good as nowhere as good as Crystal Maiden plus Troll.
And then your safe lane is going to suffer badly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. T1 looking to be in a troublesome spot here with a draft, to be honest. Like, they will have to make a lot of weaknesses up with the last pick.
The hero that we always mention when there is Boom playing with Coda with his Storm Spirit,
Looks terrible this game.
it looks really rough, you know, just into Underlord, into Nyx,
Bit of a bait,
Disruptor.
I do think TA, though, could be very good.
Does she survive mid versus Underlord? Or what do you mean for T1?
Oh, no, TA for Boom.
For Boom?
Yeah, it deals very well with Nyx, blows up Disruptor, and Underlord is not the best hero against TA. In the laning phase, at least.
I'd be a little worried. I don't know. Do you not think that the Wraith King does well with TA as well? Being able, you know, he doesn't care about being bursted. He's got skeletons to get through her refraction. Is
Yeah,
that not
but
an issue?
TA is a hero that can really ramp up the tempo, which is very good with Beastmaster. You have a lot of vision control.
Right.
And
right.
you could just, you know, overwhelm this Wraith King before he gets online.
I see. I see.
But it really will just depend on the last pick of T1. Wait, who has the last pick in this draft? It's T1, right?
T1, yes.
Yeah.
So they won't be able to see the last tier. And TA is very risky then. Probably not something they'll do.
They banned the Storm, which I think is a correct choice here. They have no
One
real
roar.
lockdown, one roar,
One bite.
bite,
Yeah.
some RNG from Troll, but that's really not reliable.
Tough to deal with for sure. But like Mikoto, what else does he play? I mean, he plays a lot of heroes. It's just what's good. Like something like a DK is terrible. Some Spirit. Like even Ember Spirit seems terrible. Underlord owns him, Nyx owns him, Disruptor is good against it.
Let's have a look. He played Viper at mid in their first game against 496.
That could actually be quite good.
Looks good, yeah, and break Underlord, break Raid King. A bit limited on how they can execute ganks. If it's a Viper mid, you know, he also is not very maneuverable hero, so like Beastmaster needs to be active, Pangolier 4 needs to have a good game.
Razor.
Ooh.
I love that. I like Razor.
Yeah?
And they
I
banned
think-
out the Quap also. And Puck is banned out too. There's not a lot of heroes that lane well against Razor now.
You know what's it gonna be?
SF.
It starts with L. Lena.
You think Alina?
Yeah.
It's possible, but I mean, I would love to see... I like SF here, I think.
Does SF do well into Razor?
Yeah, very well. Because he doesn't care about right-click damage. You just raise him all the
Yeah.
time. And
Raise the Razor. How
but
ironic.
there's still a Raw, though, so that's a bit spooky. And this Razor pick is really good because they banned out all the hard counters.
Yeah, they really telegraphed this Razor pick well.
Yeah.
And, you know, they have Troll, something that we see Razor against.
DP.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Alrighty. Yeah, she's got Crypt Swarm, she's got Spirit Siphon, you know, you suck me, I suck you. I mean...
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Guys,
So
cover for me. This is when you jump in and give me some analysis to...
Yeah, we're thinking. We're
Okay,
thinking hard. Because
okay.
the drafts, actually, I feel are very even. They both have really good power spikes. Okay,
predictions, guys. Gonna have to put some pressure on you here.
go first, Black. I need like 20 seconds.
Dude,
to
I need
think.
some time to...
All right, I'll go first. I'll go first. Dude, I'm saying Boom. I'm saying Boom. I like this Troll. We know Drew can play it well. This Razor's going to back him up. You know, he's going to be a supporting act. And I think that Boom can take this first game. And I think T1 are going to struggle a bit.
This Razor is a little bit scary for me because Exorcism and Wraith King can really destroy him. And he might just fall off. And it's tough. The cost saved me, bro.
I'll go with Boom. Dead Prophet
man.
is, you know, a pick that could make a lot of trouble. Underlord DP Raid King sounds like a really strong trio of the heroes, I still feel like Underlord won't get so much from the laning stage, and yeah, I want to see more of a Razor. I think it's a kind of a sleeper hero. So
All right,
boom.
Black. Time to decide, buddy.
Okay.
We gotta get to our casters. So.
All right, I'll be going with T1 then.
All right, I like that. Stir the pot a bit. T1 for Black. Let's bring in our casters for this game number 1 of Boom Esports versus T1 is, of course, BKop and Lizard. Lizard, firstly, very quickly, what say you about this draft?
Don't you have some prediction to make?
I've got a prediction ready to go. If you want me to go first, I was told of the folklore that is Turkish coffee. You know, just like the tea leaves, you can read into the future. I've got my Turkish coffee, my grinds ready to go. And they say when you finish a cup of Turkish coffee, you can see into it. And what I'm seeing right now is a T1 victory.
Alrighty, and Lizard, please quickly.
Look, Turkish coffee is drank quite a lot in Bosnia as well, and I can't go against it. I'll go with T1 too.
I thought you were about to go on a really long tangent, but that's 3 for T1, 2 for Boom. We're into the game. Take it away, BKop or Lizard, for this match.
Thank you, Nomad. Yeah, here for a pretty important matchup. Maybe at the beginning, when you saw the schedule, didn't look like it would be an important one if T1 were able to pull away in the table, or if Boom were lower, where many people thought that might be for them, considering how difficult this region is. But now these two teams, they sit in the middle of the pack, and it's starting to get to that point in the season. And I know it's like just about the end of week 3, but it's starting to get to that point in the season where it almost feels like the way the beginning has gone, every matchup's becoming important.
Yeah, most importantly in SCA, because we see so many upsets. You don't even know what's happening anymore in the league. Anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah.
2 days ago, if you asked me who's going to take this match, I would tell you T1 with 70-80% certainty, right? Right now, after seeing yesterday, after seeing Boom perform versus Fnatic, it's way closer.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for me, in terms of the reason, other than seeing what the grinds had told me to pick, but I worry about Drew. He's been very inconsistent with his performances. Razor is one of those heroes I think that can make Makoto kind of shine again, which is where we've seen Boom be their strongest. But I'm worried about Drew at times.
Yeah, I'm worried for many things here. For Cuckoo too, might be worried because this lane, I think the panel called it too, is very difficult for him. These two heroes dish out a lot of damage, many slows coming from the Crystal Maiden and the Troll. That's why he's forced to use the TP already.
In a lineup like this, though, for T1, does it matter if the Underlord is just getting experience and not really finding that farm?
I think Underlord is a kind of a hero that can really dominate the lane, farm a lot, push in, then pull that side camp, right? It can mean a lot for your lineup if he is tanky enough and not the one that just falls immediately as he goes in front. So think of Underlord like of Timbersaw, let's say. You want to have this hero be a beast in the game.
We see Timbersaws when they struggle in lane, they're unable to get anything done throughout the game, where it just feels like they're a big body, but nothing more than that. They're trying to frontline, they're not really accomplishing much, so we'll see if it really falls into the same line here for the Underlord of Cuckoo.
Yeah. So far, looking at the lanes, what we got mid lane, Razor is stomping Carl, by the way. Mikoto is just dominating. He has 7-3 versus 3-3 of Carl.
Is this where the matchup should be at the moment between Death Prophet and Razor?
I don't see Razor a lot mid lane. That's one of the issues, right? Like we've seen one Razor pick in the league completely. And yeah, Carl had that one lane pushing in, one wave, so I exaggerated it a little bit. He did bounce back after getting all the last hits.
Yeah, but he's got to maintain it, so we'll see if he's able to do so. Getting a little bit of lag here, but yeah.
Where I'm really interested in is also this top lane, because there's just so much kill potential on both sides. On one side you have Glimpse, you have Stun, you have Skellies. On the other you have, let's say, level 3 Boar, which can be extremely annoying.
This lineup from Boom does have like that potential to pop off and just push you where you don't really have many opportunities all over the map.
Yeah, one problem.
Whitemon, he's going to get chased by Hyde and looking like he might be first blood, just has that glimpse. However, Hyde swashbuckle on cooldown. So.
Yeah, that's it. Bristle, sorry, not Bristle. Beastmaster gets that level 3. He has the level 2 boar, and suddenly you can just fall victim to the amount of slows that they have. Hyde, obviously, starting with the Orb of Venom.
Ooh, problems now for Zephyr. He's slowed up by the Crystal Maiden. They need one more shot, and they'll find it. KezQ with the first blood, and boom. Like we said, this lane would be difficult bottom for T1, and they're showing why.
Yeah, look at Underlord too. Like, he has 4 CS, and the lane is pushing in. Against him, that is. You see, like, he has 2 range creeps. He's barely getting anything out of this lane. But that's the problem, right? Like, Nyx Assassin, laning stage was never his strongest suit. Plus, you're playing versus Crystal Maiden and Troll. It's difficult.
Stun onto the Razor. Mid Makoto putting some pressure continually onto the Death Prophet. The one thing going right for T1 right now is the CS from Jackie. We'll see if that continues, but
yeah, he's
on him
itemizing.
again. Cuckoo just getting chased here, slowed up, trying to run.
He's just dead here.
And throws down the Pit of Malice, but like you said, he's already dead on his screen.
He's just gone. You don't escape these 2 heroes. I've played versus this lane. It can go south real fast.
Yeah.
One thing as well, itemization from Jackie is allowing him to be on top of the network charts right now. What did he do that's so special? He went for chainmail. It's not extremely special, you see it now very often, but this chainmail first allows you to actually sustain yourself and take all these boar hits.
So with that 4 extra armor, Triff's trying to posture as much as he can. Maybe take out some of these boars. He's got some skeleton health with Whitemon. Thrown over a Thunder Strike. Stun over on Hyde. He already used Swashbuckle, so that's on cooldown for 14 more seconds. They've got the glimpse back into the hands of the Wraith King. Body blocks from Whitemon are on it. So Jackie gets a kill, and that'll certainly help bolster his stance in this lane.
Yeah, he's getting a lot. So is Beastmaster. Beastmaster very close to that Necro 1 of his. It needs 1 lasted pretty much. But it's also important that Jackie is doing fine, because this Underlord, it's questionable how much he will be able to accomplish in the mid game. So at least your safe lane is doing well, and mid lane as well. That Prophet is keeping up with the Razor.
Yeah, Underlord is bottom 4 on the net worth, looking really bad. He's actually bottom 3. He's right behind that Nyx Assassin on his own team, so he's really getting nothing out of this lane.
When Nyx Assassin pulled 1 wave back, he got more out of this bottom lane than Underlord has managed to do in the first 6 minutes. So
yeah, it's pretty difficult here for Cuckoo. Exorcism going mid. Makoto in trouble. Ooh. But Cuckoo, or Carl, sorry, gets turned on. Makoto, Whitemon gets the trade, and tough. Makoto's damage was pumping in.
yeah, that's just Makoto. He understands the heroes that he plays extremely well. And yeah, it's just a pleasure to watch. My only issue in this game is he's not on anything flashy. Like, he's playing this very stable standard Razor, and he won't be able to make as many crazy moves in the mid game, even if you give him a good lane. But he's making one right now. He's on the top lane.
So let's see what Makoto does. Again, I talked about how a lot of success for Boom has come from Makoto. They've slowed up Jackie. He's on the run. He's not even level 6 yet. Taking that damage away. Kinetic Field will keep the side of Boom from continuing on to this Wraith King.
But this is a tier 1. Why
sure.
did they rotate? Because they know that Prophet does not have ulti anymore. He popped it earlier, Carl, right? And because of that, he won't be able to take down mid tier 1. Meanwhile, Karti is up on top lane, and you can obviously take it so fast with Necros.
Yeah, they took this tower really quickly. They pushed the Wraith King away so he can't defend it at all. And Whitemon, as well as Carl, were trying to push in the mid-tier 1, but like you said, they don't have Exorcism. The damage really isn't much. It's 200, 300.
Yeah, and it's literally 1 KezQ on his Crystal Maiden rotating in and defending it. Also not farming the wave, but giving it to Razor instead. They're making everything for this Razor.
Royal Jelly for the Radiant side. He'll eat one himself and, of course, give the other to the 1 position. Troll's already got this Perseverance. He had the wand queued up, but We'll see if he even commits to it. He saved up 1,100 gold. He looks like he's just going to go straight for the Battle Fury.
Yeah, I like this a lot because he realizes, man, my lane is free.
Yeah.
I don't have to itemize it. Like if you compare the Wraith King and the Troll, like Wraith King, he had to itemize in that chainmail into phase boots because if he doesn't, he can't lane at all. Troll, meanwhile, on the other hand, yeah, he's just a happy little camper standing there on bot and just farming away.
And he's getting so much so far. He's top of the net worth, and that's only going to get into a bigger spread once he gets this Battle Fury.
Remember,
already up 2K.
Remember that Drew also had a really good Troll performance already.
Yeah.
So we weren't on the panel overall satisfied by some of his performances, but in the last series, his Troll was on point.
Yeah, it was like the first time we saw Drew really
Pop
be
off.
who he thought
Yeah.
who he could be. And he's doing it again here. I'm really impressed with what he's accomplished so far.
Really?
Obviously, the lane is really easy, but at the same time, you still have to take advantage of that.
Yeah, really good rotations overall. Oh, Glimpse.
Glimpse, as well as the stun onto the Crystal Maiden of Kezcute.
Yeah.
They'll have the damage. They'll get the kill under the Firestorm Cuckoo. He gets something done. Gets a soaring out of it. Still sitting, though, bottom 5 on the net worth. Really struggling, and if you compare him to the Beastmaster, he's 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and the Beastmaster's lead is just going to ramp up even further, and he's going for... He has Necro 2, he's going to have Necro 3 soon in a couple of minutes, and it makes Wraith King's life much harder, right? Because you always have to keep in mind that you need that Magic Wand to get the mana back. You are playing versus Necros.
Jackie just casually queuing up a Divine Rapier. Okay.
That's the relic, I guess he's going for Radiance, right? So...
Until he does it.
Until he doesn't,
the
yeah,
first
just-
item Divine Rapier.
Well, okay, you know, never say never, it can happen.
I'm
but
a fan of Chaos. I would enjoy it. Just the first item Divine Rapier.
yeah, probably won't happen, but yeah.
Yeah.
Also, very interesting on the Wraith King that he went for gloves, but he's not going for Midas right now. It's kind of late for him to get the Midas as well. He still might. He might get it, but as long as he doesn't get Rapier, I'm happy. Let's put it that way.
Buys the 2 items and just doesn't combine them.
Yeah, a few years ago, there was this super popular Russian streamer for the Russian audience. You probably haven't heard of him, Evil Artist. He would go for Refresher and Rapier. That was his build, and he would own.
Zephyr almost going down, thinking about using the Rolling Thunder. They do have the Vendetta available. That's the way that Zephyr gets away on this one. Static Storm mid and another kill on a Kezcute. Carl gets credit for that. They're killing off this Crystal Maiden, but at the same time, you're really not getting much else.
No, you're fine with that. If you're Boom, you just have to think about your Troll right now. He has that
Yeah.
Battle Fury completed, and you see his farming pattern. Oh, White Mon, it might be a glimpse, and the TP. Yeah. Okay.
Never in doubt.
So White Mon, what he was trying to do is just set up wards in the triangle, because in that triangle, Troll will be. And
Yeah.
you want to smoke up, maybe with Vendetta, maybe with that Silence, Disruptor ulti, and kill it. Unfortunately for him, they spotted him, and they won't have that vision advantage.
And Drew, he's got that Battle Fury, very quick Battle Fury. They've smoked up on Boom. They'll be heading towards bottom, potentially over onto Jackie, who, again, he does have this reincarnation. He's farming pretty quickly. He's not keeping up with the Troll, but again, we'll see what his item choices end up being.
Still has that Rapier in quick buy.
Mid lane, Cuckoo gets hit with the Primal Roar. Looking to go in with the Rolling Thunder, Hyde feinting it a couple times, but never commits to it.
Yeah, better off, because that Prophet's ulti just came off cooldown, and they would definitely be able to defend the Underlord.
It'd be tough. You do have that Necro 3.
Yeah, you still
Ready
have
to
some
go.
things to work with, that's
Yeah.
definitely true. The problem is Pit of Malice level 3, Firestorm level 4. It's a lot of damage.
Swashbuckle in, disarm, silence again.
Now Glimpse. Oh, he can't. Very well played by the Beastmaster, FBZ. He purged Whitemon and also slowed him with the boards, so
Yeah.
he couldn't get in range for that Glimpse. Glimpse was also level 2. He only got level 7.
And so now it's level 3, but again, even committing to that Glimpse, you saw the amount of damage he was taking. I think if he commits to that Glimpse, he's dead.
He's dead, but also Pango dies, so it's kind of
It's a trade that you might be willing to make.
Yeah, it's a decent trade. 5 for a 4. You don't mind that. Plus, you prevent them from taking the tier 1. One of the good things from T1 right now is the levels that Underlord has. They allow him to defend versus the Necros. And if you're the Beastmaster right now, you are applying pressure, and that's nice. But maybe you should be playing around the top lane. Maybe you should be just pressuring in this tier 2, because it allows the troll also to farm the triangle. And you are messing up with Underlord's game plan, which is literally just be a wall between towers and all the minions, all the creeps.
He's certainly big enough to be a wall. We'll see if he can continue to stay stable. Don't want those bricks knocked out, then the foundation's corrupted. Smoke up from T1. Whitemon, Carl, as well as Zephyr, maybe looking to make a play happen. They do have Vendetta off cooldown. They can go into that and look for someone, and that someone might be Makoto. They have the Sentry, but I don't believe Makoto had the Vision.
Yeah, he's reading them. He's reading them really well.
He got the scan, so that keeps him alive.
The thing is, you don't see Nyx Assassin, you don't see that Prophet on the map. You also have a ward in your own jungle. You see that Radiant ward in the Radiant jungle, so you know they're not there, and it kind of gives away their move. But that was scary.
It was a good scam. A lot of awareness to get that.
Drew.
They've got the ward on Drew, but you need to be careful. You've got help.
Yeah. This should be instant D-ward by Cascute. Yeah, he knows. He pinged it out. He knows about this ward. Yeah, so far, all T1's advances have really failed. Like, they haven't been able to make any of these plays that they've tried to do. And that Prophet right now is feeling like Karl is falling off a little bit. He's not using his ultis to pressure the lanes or take any objectives. But I think both of these teams are kind of satisfied with the stalemate.
Yeah, Karl's keeping up in net worth with the Razor, and he's working towards the Yules into Shivas. Maybe just wants to play a little bit more conservative. I know that's definitely the thoughts on Jackie, as he's still trying to farm up
the Rapier.
This favorite relic.
Nah, it's Radiance, like 99%.
Yeah.
He's just he just queued up. He just queued up Rapier instead. He needs the Radiance for multiple reasons. It's not only good mischance. You're playing into a Razor. Your damage will be sucked out of you, so at least you have some damage coming from that Radiance burn in team fights.
It's still funny to see the Divine Rapier in his quick buy. I'm a big fan of players who have the Divine Rapier in their TP slot, where they're just like, this is the item, and they're supports, so they're always just like...
always looking ahead. Bright future.
This is who I could be.
Yeah, you can see that they're fighting around this bounty rune right now. Both teams, it's a huge clash.
Yeah, Swashbuckle thinking about the Rolling Thunder again. The Pit of Malice is down. They've got the stun onto the Pangolier. Zephyr, though, needing to back off. These Necro Creeps as well as the Boars doing quite a bit of damage. They had the Hawk there for a second to try and get some vision. The Rolling Thunder hits this Death Prophet as well as Zephyr up into the air. The Plasma Field will get the kill on a Zephyr. Meanwhile, Whitemon throws down a Kinetic Field, and all they lose right now is the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, they're just not ready to fight. Like, that position, don't get me wrong, that position is perfect for T1. And that Rolling Thunder from Pangolier would usually be punished by the Disruptor. If you're looking at Whitemon, like, he had the perfect clutch point there to use Kinetic Field into Static Storm, right? But you don't want it because your Raid King is not even 1,000 gold away from Radiance. So why not wait that at least one significant item for your side?
And with Radiance, you might have a little bit more confidence going into something like that, and even just, you know, having the Death Prophet ready to go. But now Karl in trouble. Pit of Malice, they've got the silence with the Static Storm. It's not really doing enough to Makoto to draw him away. Swashbuckle from Hyde kills off Karl. This Death Prophet just not finding many openings.
Yeah, that Yules right there did not really do a lot, and now you can only Firestorm the tower and that's it. Because this tier 1 should fall. Yeah, they're even zoning the Underlord. Really well played by Boom. Not messing around anymore. The moment they saw that Prophet out of position, Roar is there and they take her down.
And they clear up the trees, making sure nobody from T1 can stick around, like you said, zoning them out and making sure that they're forced to give up this tier 1 tower. It's a 5k lead. It's massive already.
It's massive. It's pretty much on the back of the Troll with a very early Battle Fury. He has Yasha already completed. straight up into the BKB. I like this a lot. There's a lot of control coming from T1. This will help him out.
Aegis into the hands of Makoto, while Kescute sacrifices himself, making sure that the focus from T1 is on the Crystal Maiden and not getting in a rush.
Look at them on Boom. They're really not messing about at all. You have Razor queuing up that BKB. Same goes with the Troll.
This game, it doesn't look like it will get much easier for T1 in the moment. They need a lot of time to have some presence.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how much Jackie will be able to do in these team fights. Like when you look at Boom, it's so simple for them.
Yeah.
Go in, roar a target, kill a target. That's it. On the side of T1, they need these prolonged engagements in which that Radiance Burn will provide more damage, and you'll have that Static Storm and whatnot, the Firestorm as well from the Underlord. But you don't want prolonged engagements against the Razor too. So there's a little bit of an outdraft at the moment, at least. It seems that way for Boom.
If T1 are able to even slightly take a fight, I think it brings them... If they can just cut into the net worth, we get a little bit more farm here on, especially the Underlord, maybe a bit of a push for the Death Prophet. Things get a little easier,
yeah,
but
this
it's
Underlord,
tough.
man, it just feels
Doesn't
like...
have anything.
He feels like a glorified support, you know, that you've given a lot into, but look at this item build as well. He goes for 4 staff on Underlord. You have to do it, obviously. You're playing versus a Razor. It's going to help your teammates out, but you'd rather have some more impactful utility item.
Think it's worth getting Greaves if he can get there?
If he gets there, yeah, definitely.
Because he's got the Arcane Boots already, the 4 staff for a little bit of mobility. If they get some time and get the Greaves, that would be all right.
Man, Kescute is on point when
Yeah.
it comes to breaking these smokes.
His positioning's perfect. So Cuckoo, Makoto, glimpse back. Don't touch my Underlord.
Yeah, soon he'll have that BKB. After he gets that, it's gonna be a little bit harder to stop Makoto from just running you down.
Yeah. And the good performance from Drew has really alleviated the pressure from Makoto. There's games where Drew just doesn't perform and it feels like everything's on the shoulders of Makoto, where he's forced to make these moves, going aggressive. Right now he can stay conservative, get his items, work with the Sages to get to the BKB.
Not his troll games, right?
Yeah.
His troll games were always on point, and he almost has that BKB after this Centaur camp. He's got it. I would be very surprised if they wouldn't smoke right now. There you go.
They have quite the opportunity to just jump in, and I would say even with a clear victory, knock T1 out of this game. Makoto, his smoke gets broken into the Static Storm. They've got the Beastmaster there too. Wraith Fire Blast, Exorcism, and they take out the first life from this Makoto Razor. They also killed off FBZ, the Rolling Thunder coming in from Hyde. That'll bounce the Death Prophet into the air, 4 staff back, thanks to Cuckoo. Drew is coming around the side, Hyde in trouble, Yule's up into the air, Drew pops the BKB, goes into the battle trance, looks over at Carl, and rips apart this Death Prophet. Now we'll find a Disruptor. Double kill for Drew, BKB popped, on the run now. Rolling axes, stuns out, buyback from the Disruptor. They've got the stun into the air, Drew in trouble, doesn't have the battle trance, right click's coming in with the Radiance Burn. Kescute goes into the ulti, Jackie, he'll have his first life popped. TP from Drew is in time. Makoto is ready to go in. He's got that static link. He's stolen 92 damage, but it's time for Cuckoo to get in the car and drive the Uber. However,
Uber,
he just
0
left his
stars.
team there.
0 stars for this Uber, no tips, leaves alone. So, Boom should be actually happy by the way this fight ended, because it could have went much, much worse for them. They're ahead, don't get me wrong, they're ahead, they had the Aegis, that's all cool, but you're running uphill with a hero. First and foremost, you're running uphill without vision. Only later do they put up the ward on the cliff. Then you're running uphill with Razor first. Why not Beast first at least? So you can catch the target that's breaking that smoke.
Yeah, he blinked in and it was right into the Static Storm.
And
ended up getting him killed.
Exactly, like so many mistakes in that play. Like the smoke idea is good, you reached your timing, but you still have to be careful and disciplined about the way you execute.
Glimpse back onto Hyde into the Pit of Malice. Hyde, he'll die to the Thunder Strike. Jackie taking a lot of damage here. And on the run, doesn't have reincarnation, so he's just dead.
Yeah, they're just so far ahead. Like even that smoke play left them pretty much unpunished, and now that Prophet too.
Now the Primal Roar is in, Drew comes over, and Carl trying to run, Yule's up into the air, but the Boars, is it enough? They've got themselves the kinetic field as well as the glimpse on a Drew. And the BKB, if you wanted to continue to chase, blink, stun, missing both heroes.
Drew had a kill there, by the way. He had a kill 100%. He just didn't want to pop the BKB.
Yeah.
If you pop the BKB, if you pop the BKB, you kill the Dead Prophet for sure. But he opted not to. It's like this BKB is very important for him. Keeping it to 9 seconds, like questionable. Like I still think it would be worth it. Yeah.
The thing too, we've seen a lot of these SEA teams where they don't put the ward until after they engage. Ooh, hit a Malice and the stun. Rolling Thunder coming in. Carl's by himself. Cuckoo again starts the engine, trying to drive them away.
He's trying to
catch
passengers. Yeah, he's trying to catch everyone. But Whitemon at the last moment decides, I don't want to take this bus.
Guess I'll stay.
Yeah, I guess I'll stay top lane there. I don't know if this is the TP. Yeah, they canceled too.
Yeah, give up the tower. Drew, he'll get credit for that one. By the way, it is now mech for Underlord. We'll see if he finishes it into the Guardian Greaves. Obviously, that'll take some time. Spike Carapace into the stun, but Drew, he's right here, ready to go. Fighting into this might not be the wisest thing, but it is a glimpse back into the Firestorm. FBZ with the Thunderstrike. Swashbuckle coming around, as well as Hyde, who's got the Blink Dagger now. He's silenced up, he's on the run. Whitemon with a glimpse in 5. The Pit of Malice lands, and the damage is there to take out the Pangolier. Drew might be forced to use this BKB. However, T1, they're setting up over in the trees, letting Jackie just lead for the moment.
Damn, T1 is outplaying them so hard at the moment.
Again with the kinetic field. Spirit Siphon. Carl has a double damage to work with, still has that Yule's. I almost think T1 are trying to poke and prod, hoping they'll pop the BKBs and then they'll just disengage back into the base.
It's either that or wait for the Glimpse cooldown, which was coming off. So overall, they just outplayed Boom so heavily. And this is such a big strategic play for T1 because they devored this big cliff. This is the area where Boom felt extremely safe.
Yeah.
But if you stay on the high ground, you're extremely safe. Anyone that pokes out of their base, you kill him. But you don't chase onto their own high ground. You don't try and chase into the Pit of Malice, into the 4-staff Underlord.
Now Boom Smoke again. They have this smoke to work with, Primal Roar to work with, everything ready to go. Rolling Thunder and the Blink, that's always disruptive to these fights. Cuckoo as well as Zephyr gets seen. They use the Spike Carapace. They've got the silence on a Makoto as well as the BKB, a 2-man stun onto the Crystal Maiden as well as the Troll who pops the BKB. Starting to right-click away on a Carl, gets the kill onto the Death Prophet, and now looks over at Jackie who will have his reincarnation popped. The rest of the team trying to help, but they don't have Static Storm. Zephyr just standing and watching. Not much he can offer. Pit of Malice as well as the kinetic field down. They've got the stun on a Drew. They get the kill on the Troll. They look over Makoto. They'll take out another. 2 heroes down on the side of Boom, and Jackie still looking for more. KezQ gets up the steps and away. However, on the other side of the fight, they are around Hyde, and they'll get the kill. Zephyr, he's got a double, and T1 come out ahead on that fight massively.
Yeah, it's more difficult for T1 to win these fights. Like, the Dota knowledge that you need to win these fights for T1 is higher than the one that you need for Boom. Boom, it's simple. Go in, roar a target, jump with Hyde Pangolier, and just make stuff happen from then on.
Yeah.
T1, they need to kite, they need to make this Troll use his BKB, use his ulti, and they really did that extremely well. Also, another item that's very important on Jackie, he bought this Halberd. Now with the Halberd, you can prolong the fights even longer. You can disarm the Troll, disarm the Razor. Yeah, they're impressing me right now with the stuff that they're doing.
Yeah, it didn't even look like that fight was going to go so well for T1, but like you said, they kited the Troll, they were able to move around.
Things.
Yeah.
It's the little things. All these little things just add up, and suddenly you find yourself as a Troll that has no HP and your ulti is running out. You have the Mech on Underlord, you have the 4-staff on Underlord.
He's
the
about to have Guardian Greaves too.
Shiva's now completed on that Prophet.
Big power spike for T1 coming in, and they're only down 4K. They've played the last 5 minutes or so really well. And Cuckoo, he's come back into this game. He's found his farm. He's going into what should be the Guardian Greaves. I'm assuming he's got 2K gold. I'm expecting him to buy out, but we'll see.
Yeah, they're just punishing Boom's over-aggression. But so far, they have always played on their terms. Every single fight was where T1 wanted it. Can they reach this Roshan?
No, they're not going to be quick enough. Ooh, couple dashes. That delays it for a second.
Will they still try and fight it? No. Yeah,
It's
cool.
tough.
Yeah,
If they were to come up those stairs, I think it would be dangerous for Boom. Because obviously they have that second life, but moving in again with
two
no
lives,
vision.
right? You have cheese on Razor now as well.
Yeah,
and this
well, that's
is
if he gets it off. I've
Yeah.
seen a couple of heroes, they're holding the cheese, they forget to press it, and chat goes wild.
Yeah, yeah, passive cheese,
Yeah.
passive peas. Yeah, so right now, Boom obviously has a strong advantage because these prolonged fights can still go their way as they have two lives on two heroes. You have the cheese on Razor and the Aegis on Troll Warlord. Still though, I would love them to make T1 fight on their terms, not go into the high ground of T1 around the triangle.
Interestingly enough, T1, they're the ones who are smoked up. Blink as well as the stun that comes out of Kezcute. They've also got the glimpse back over onto this Pangolier. They'll throw him into the static storm. They've got the silence in the kinetic field around him. One right click from Jackie gets the kill, but coming over is this Razor. Drew, he's got that second life to work with. He's slowed down Cuckoo as well as Whitemon. The Primal Roar is used on the Underworld. The right click's coming in, but he gets the mech off. It's not going to be enough. They're chasing Jackie. They've got the first life out of his hands, but the BKBs have been used by Boom. So are they able to make something of this on the side of T1 as they'll lose Zephyr as well? They've got the kinetic field down. Makoto in a lot of trouble. They've got the silence. He eats the cheese. So he does take advantage of the cheese. However, still getting chased with the exorcism on him. They'll look over. They've disarmed Drew. Drew continuing to chase. They'll take out Makoto. It is enough. Jackie on the run. Hit with the bullwhip. Running away and just in time with the blink to get out of the hands of Drew. Makoto and Kezcute fall. Jackie survives. Reincarnation was on cooldown for another 15 seconds. And they were almost on top of him enough to take out the Wraith King.
Man, T1 teamfight execution is
Very impressive right now.
very impressive. Not only that, but the fact that they smoke up instantly into the Aegis and Cheese. So why do they do this? Usually a team that gets the Aegis and Cheese usually think that they have a little bit of a leeway there. You know, we just took Aegis, we just took Cheese. Let's take over the map a little bit. Let's be a little bit greedier. The enemy team isn't going to try to do any plays. But T1 do exactly that. They make a play, they kill off that Pango first, then Underlord, yeah, he does fall. But most importantly, Wraith King, after being killed first, he blinks out. And they can't chase him because that Prophet is there with Shivas and ulti running.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
I think T1, even though they're not with the Aegis or the Cheese, they still felt that power spike.
Yeah.
I mean, that's confidence. Not a lot of teams are willing to do that.
FBZ all into that 1-2 execution of heroes. Blink, BKB, Necro Tree. No utility coming from him besides the Inner Beast. That's it. A little bit of auras coming from Necros, obviously, but falling off a little bit.
Cuckoo's gone the route of the Lotus Orb instead of finishing off the Guardian Greaves. We'll see if the Guardian Greaves comes after, but I like the Lotus Orb pickup. I'm fine with that.
It's one of the best items versus Razor and Beastmaster.
All right.
You want to pop it on that Wraith King, he can't get the chain on with the Razor, right? Like you can't static link him. And also Roar is way more difficult to use.
Double damage sitting top. Picked up by Drew. Dangerous.
What's happening on Boom's side besides Beast? We have
Ooh, Glimpse. Drew not able to join this, and just not allowed to have mana.
He does have a Crystal Maiden. That will give him some. There's actually a Mage Slayer from Mikoto right here. Alright, 35% less spell damage. This is something that I've heard players discuss versus Dead Prophet as well. It is spell damage after all, right? So it doesn't matter if it's physical or not. It still should reduce the damage output.
And we haven't seen many Mage Slayers in the game so far.
Yeah, especially in SEA and China, right, region.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen one.
Maybe one or two, but like they were close to a finish on the game or something like that, where it didn't really make much of a difference. Here, it feels like we're in the midst of a game where this could be a big difference maker.
They're bailing. They're all TPing out.
Yeah,
they don't want to take this fight.
Really good job knowing that that's coming. Again, that's the map awareness that had impressed me earlier in this game from Boom too.
It's not, yeah, like they get surprised a couple of times, and I believe that the plays that they have made, their map awareness was solid. They knew where the enemy team is. They just, the decision making to go there with smoke onto the high ground without vision is what bothered me. But they have a firm grasp on the game where everyone is.
So Cuckoo dismantles the Arcane Boots, finishes off the Lotus Orb. You've got Jackie leading the way now at level 20, still working on that AC. He's picked up the Hyperstone.
Age is just reclaimed too.
So now T1, if they've got the timing, they can definitely feel confident going in onto Boom. But Boom, they're thinking about going through with this. Rolling Thunder onto the back lines. That hits Cuckoo up into the air. Force Staff onto the high ground. Makoto giving chase. However, now they'll wait and they can glimpse him back. Not in the best position.
Yeah, a little bit of a short glimpse. I think he could have maybe waited a little bit longer.
And then had him closer to the steps, yeah.
Yeah, then have him a little bit closer to his team and also maybe even force him to pop that BKB.
Vlad's being built for FBZ.
No. First utility item that actually helps the Troll and the Razor, and it's a big one. I'm surprised they didn't get the Vlads earlier. That's one thing that I expected from Pango or from FBZ. Pango, obviously, this build is really good. The Blink and the Orb of Corrosion.
Blink, Orb of Corrosion going duels next. Meanwhile, Abyssal being built for the Troll of Drew. And then Satanic. Ooh, okay. Death Prophet had queued. Carl had the Aeon disc queued. Now changes it over to the Heart.
Okay. Some more sustainability in team fights. So he's moving away from being worried about being blown up.
Right.
And just being worried about living long enough in fights. It's an interesting choice, though. Very interesting choice. He understands that he's not the... Don't get me wrong, he does deal a lot of damage in these team fights, but his main objective is to create as much chaos as possible. The damage coming from Firestorm, the damage coming from Wraith King is really important. And they need to survive, so someone needs to go in first.
Smoked up, coming back towards their triangle. They're aware of T1's positioning at the moment. They got the scan, so they know somebody's around. Makoto coming with the spider leg. Smoke. Not broken just yet, but they know he's there. Plasma field used. T1 still sitting, still waiting.
That Prophet ult.
And now they've got the Exorcism as well as the Sheep as the BKB as well as the Primal Roar that comes out into Carl, taking a lot of damage very quickly. He's going to be killed off immediately. Now they look over at Jackie. They popped his first life. They'll find Cuckoo, who's trying to get a Dark Rift away. He should be able to do so. Can he get Jackie with him? 5 stars.
I wouldn't rate that Uber 5 stars, man. Maybe 5 stars later on, but what happened before was, yeah, like that Lotus Orb had to be on the Dead Prophet immediately.
Yeah, it was a little late.
Yeah, it was so late. It was after Roar. I wouldn't be surprised if Dead Prophet just... he's gonna be like, screw you guys, I'm buying A on this guy. I can't rely on this. I need it.
Ooh, they're still going. Look at this. Boom, coming over. Zephyr spotted. Well done by him. Spike Carapace, Force Staff, blink away with the Vendetta. I like that from Zephyr. Well, cheeky play to get out when Boom seemed to have their hands around his exoskeleton.
Yeah, the thing is, Boom, right now, they don't even care about the buyback on that Prophet. Even if she does buyback, there's no Exorcism. They use the top.
Jackie leading. Dangerous to lead. Primal Roar is available. Defending this tier 2 doesn't work out. They'll lose it. Double siege creeps here. AC picked up for Jackie. And
rush response. That's the most important thing. Like, you take the outpost. However, T1
stun out on a Kezku. TP's coming in. Rolling Thunder with the blink. High disrupting this fight already. It allows the Crystal Maiden to get out. A little dust think, and then the Nyx Assassin's coming over. The Aegis is picked up by Drew. You've got the Refresher as well as the Cheese picked up by Makoto.
Yeah, that's really nice on him.
Ooh, double damage for Jackie. I won't fight into this, though.
Yes, you don't.
That's rough. This one's a lot rougher to fight into.
Actually, they gave the Refresher shard to Troll. I don't mind that at all. I was just thinking, okay, Razor, double ultis and whatnot could be fancy in the next couple of fights, but also, Troll, he has that Aegis. He can pop BKB, ulti, Refresher, then use everything again. That's probably more worth it. Because the only way you'll lose these fights is if T1 prolongs them and kites them long enough for Troll to use his BKB, use his ulti, and then just die twice.
He's also hit that level 25, yet to take a talent, though.
Not trying to decide. strong dispel, pretty good right there. When do you need it though? In a game such as this one, probably trans duration is more solid. We'll see.
I think the duration is probably fine. 8.5 seconds.
Yeah,
and there it
that's not broken at all, man. Unkillable for forever. He also hit a huge power spike. We didn't talk too much about his items with this Abyssal Blade, with MKB. He's probably going to take the Penta-Edged Sword now away from Razor.
Yeah, 45 damage, 80 attack range.
Yep. 20% chance to reduce enemy hero movement speed by 20%. And I mean, it's a troll. You're going to get that in 100%.
And
it's not 20.
Speed,
it's not 20. Yeah.
It's more like 100.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard you on Lacoste cast, and there's some math problems here.
Glad you can join in on the math fun. FBZ and the Primal Roar, they'll find Carl. And Disc isn't going to help you get out of this one. Spirit Siphons, too. It's just not enough.
Meant to be. It's just not meant to be.
He's trying to survive as long as he can, but at the end of the day...
He's buying some time, but he doesn't have a buyback now. That's 80 seconds without a buyback. Troll has everything. He's ready. He's running in alone.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a bad position to die in, man. That was really rough.
Wise from FBZ, cutting down the trees, finding the Primal Roar.
They even had the ward
rough.
on the side. You see there on the cliff? The Tinker ward? They even had that. Didn't help.
This is at least the Seteract, it seems. I don't know how you can properly defend this. 2 lives on Drew. Maybe you can slow it down, but it still feels like a Seteract in my eyes. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Drew's getting pretty low.
Yeah, you just have to poke them. Slowly poke them. Mana burn, then a stun.
She's already eaten. Makoto taking a lot of damage. He's inside the Static Storm. Jackie, though, can't get the finishing blow. Cuckoo's dead. They'll buy back on this Underlord, but they already got the first life out of the hands of this Wraith King. He's got 38 seconds that he needs to live. Otherwise, it's troublesome for T1. Lotus Orb on him, going on the run. Drew hit with the Pit of Malice. Hyde, though, is trying to follow this up. They've got Drew all by himself. They'll pop the Aegis. Zephyr, not a lot of mana to work with. Does have that stun ready to go, though. Pit of Malice once again. There's the
Shard.
Refresher. Stun to follow it up. They've got the Silence. Drew all by himself with Makoto dead. Oy.
Yeah, his teammates are nowhere to be found. They were too low. They all bailed, and even that shard is just wasted. The way they... T1, their high ground defense throughout this game has been stellar. Like, the way they're playing the high ground defense is insanely good. It might be a little bit of Boom overreaching, trying to do a little bit too much with what they have, but you can't blame them. They had Cheese, Shard, Aegis, right? Like,
yeah.
you have everything.
And it felt like a Seterax was going to go their way, and then they just overplayed their hand.
The thing is, I think they didn't even overplay it. I think they just didn't do enough. When you have such a huge advantage, and that Prophet doesn't have a buyback, you just go straight in with that Abyssal, you blow a first target up, and then you go on from there. But they kind of tried to play the poking game, right? I poke you a little bit, you poke me a little bit. T1 pokes harder.
Now they're onto the high ground. They might be the first ones to break the high ground. They've got Exorcism ready to go. The Glimpse might be troublesome if Boom come too far forward. You try to poke a little bit. Yeah, like you said, T1 has the poke game.
Oh, this is so good from Whitemon, man. You use that shard on Wraith King. Every time it hits him, he gets that additional attack speed as well.
Like, this could be, if you come this far forward, you get Glimpse, that's a bad spot. Like, Whitemon could do so much from so far back. There's the Lotus Orb finally bouncing back a Primal Roar. The Rolling Thunder soon to be ended. Let's see, are they gonna look for something on the run? Ooh,
okay.
Yules. Okay, Whitemon, he'll be the scapegoat.
Yeah, he's
fine with that.
Yeah, he's fine with that.
100 though.
Yeah, he's dead for a long time. Has
buyback in 70 though.
Yeah.
So it's not the, he'll have it.
There we go. Yeah, with the buyback being available, he also has that Static Storm.
It's dangerous to fight into the Disruptor. That Glimpse, man, level 4, the reach on that, it's
insane.
Hard to know if you're safe when you're pushing forward.
Yeah, when you're fighting like that with Disruptor, you have to go all in. You can't just think about it and go back because one of you is getting glimpsed.
Yeah. Ooh, Spell Prism for the Radiant side.
Yeah, we'll see who grabs that one. It looks like Pango will. They could also give it to Beast. It's really nice on him too.
Sacred Relic moved into an item slot now for the Razor. Again over bottom. There's the stun immediately. Right clicks in as well as the silence. Drew in trouble, but there's the blink as well as the Primal Roar. The Force Staff back with the Rolling Thunder coming in. That's hitting onto the Nyx Assassin as well as the Underlord. They get the kill with the Abyssal Blade. BKB pop by Drew. Makoto's in deep too. But are they in too deep? They've got the glimpse as well as the Static Storm. They'll get the kill on to the Troll. That answers that question immediately.
Yeah, your question was good. Razor is actually being chased, and remember, he literally just now finished the Nullifier. They went even before he had it.
He won't have buyback if he drops. They've got the silence. They'll follow it up with the stun. Nowhere for Makoto to go. Again, Boom getting a little bit over-ambitious. They're in so far, and I've loved Zephyr's play. Every time there's a Primal Roar coming out, he's ready to just be there to throw a Spike Carapace. The Lotus Orbs have been kind of on point the last few minutes or so.
The last few minutes definitely from Underlord. They're just showing class and experience against Boom. Boom, they're just running in and hitting their head on the wall. They're trying the same play. Like this time around, they were a little bit more decisive, right? They jumped in far, but not everyone did. And if there is no follow-up, those Dead Prophet spirits, man, they hurt. There were only 2 targets around her. She has this ulti now, and
the Thunderstrike on Wraith King.
Yep.
With a leveler.
There we go. The ulti popped.
Carl will focus on the mid lane while Jackie will destroy the top lane. These buildings starting to crumble. This is now a really poor situation as Boom. It looks like they're going to lose their net worth lead for the first time this game since minute 3.
Since minute 3, yeah. Just very disciplined play by T1. Playing their hand extremely well. It just shows that even if you're behind, taking proper team fights on your turns can win you the game.
Knowing your limits.
Knowing your limits can also win you the game, but Boom, yeah, they failed in that department. That subject, they did not pass. This game, at least.
Now, that's not to say the game is over or anything like that, but Boom have definitely made it closer than it looked like it should be.
No, of course not. It's not over, but some things that are coming for T1 are difficult to deal with, like this Linken's Aeon Disc combo on Dead Prophet.
Carl just wants to survive.
Yeah, you have the Abyssal on Wraith King too. This is another Roche that they're giving away, though.
Yeah, I don't really think that you have to give this Roche away. I know you don't have Exorcism, but you can certainly fight into this. Aegis Cheese, Ag's Blessing. Ag's Blessing for the Beastmaster.
Why?
Definitely felt like there were better options.
Is that really their best option, Beastmaster? I'm feeling like almost anyone else.
Yeah. Razor, Troll.
Razor, yeah. Troll gets silenced, I suppose, right? And that's the only thing he worries about. Like, so not too much to dispel, but still. I'd rather have it on Razor, let's say.
Yeah.
Alright, that's their choice. But when you look at T1 and the fact that they didn't defend that Roche, they're pretty much very well aware how their lineup works. They need this stable front line and the back line. They need to have a formation. If you break formation, you lose. This Troll jumps one target with Abyssal, Pangolier is bouncing off walls, right? They need to set the perimeter and take teamfights where they want them. It's extremely important for them. I'm reiterating this so many times, but that's literally winning them the game right now, or at least have put them in a good position.
Yeah, I think T1 are confident in just defending against this Aegis.
Yeah.
Crazy that they let it go, but I mean, I guess that also it shows just how much they're confident in how they're winning these team fights, and they must be thinking in their minds, like, these fights have gone our way so well that, you know, let's take it. Let's go into an Aegis. Who cares?
They lost that net worth lead as well because of, obviously, Roche kill and Ag's Blessing.
Solar Crest almost finished for Whitemon.
Yeah. Put everything into this Wraith King. That's
The
it.
Thunderstrike, the Solar Crest. Let him do all the work.
Yeah, he has that Blink Dagger right now. He will obviously get the Swift Blink at some point as well.
I think that should be, or looking like that should be next.
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe he can save for the buyback first. I don't believe he hasn't. He definitely doesn't have enough. So you get that buyback gold and Swift Blink, then you get it.
Meanwhile, Cuckoo, he's holding this Aeon Disc locked.
Yeah, that's how you do it, right? You don't...
He's been getting jump first every time, so...
Yeah, but this is still how you do it. You don't want to buy an Aeon Disc and then put it on cooldown because of Crystal Maidens, Crystal Nova, right?
Yeah.
Like you let them jump you and then you activate it. Yeah, it's 2 clicks literally. It's very fast. Bottom lane.
Looking for an opportunity. Bottom lane, though, Primal Roar. Aeon Disc gets popped by this Beastmaster, as well as the Troll going after Death Prophet. BKB's been popped by Carl. There's the Abyssal Blade onto the Disruptor. They also took out Zephyr. They'll look to leave, and there's a TP as well as that Dark Rift away.
Okay. This time around, he has no buyback, and he's pretty important in these high ground defenses
Static
as well.
Storms have been very important.
The Static Storm, Thunderstrike on the Wraith King, Glimpse back. I believe Glimpse is probably the most important aspect, as you displace them, right? You put them where you want them to be.
Buyback used by the Nyx Assassin. Disruptor 600 gold short, so not looking like he'll get to his. That means 70 seconds without the Disruptor, a 5v4 situation.
They actually used Firestorm on mid lane, so they won't have it for this bottom now. In a couple of seconds. There we go.
Have it if you want it. Now they've got the silence as well as the stun on a Drew. Rolling Thunder coming in as well as Blink on top of Jackie. They're doing a lot of damage here. They'll take out his first life. So again, that's on cooldown for 38 seconds. They need to keep Jackie alive, but they've got the Primal Roar. The Lotus Orb a little bit late. They look over as they're chasing this Wraith King. Jackie in trouble on the run. Static Link. Ooh, just can't get the damage onto this Wraith King. Makoto. He's going to TP.
Drew
in all by himself once again. Makoto stopped that TP. They have the battle trance, so
he's
Drew,
going so deep now.
8.5 seconds there, know how to draw him in. He's under the tier 4 towers, and now they will take out this troll. Easy does it for T1 when they're able to just kite him around. They're still going after Makoto. They have Blink in 6 seconds. If they can keep up, if they can get this stun, that would be the end of him as well.
Yeah, Hyde manages to dodge them. I actually thought that he might try to creep skip bottom one wave perhaps, but yeah, he just TPs away. That's the safer play at least. But man, the way Boom is pushing this high ground is not looking to work, at least not versus T1. They get kited so hard. This Underlord was pretty much alone with the Impale that stopped them, right? You have the Pit of Malice, you have the Firestorm, you have the Impale. That's what Troll died to the first time. He lost his Aegis to nothing, like no commitment at all. We've been talking about Drew and how he's been on point with this Troll before, but and he has been throughout this game. But some of these plays, some of these high ground pushes, he popped Refresher Shard and then ultied deep into them when his team was gone already.
Yeah, Makoto wanted to TP out. He actually stopped his TP because he felt like he
has to help,
but he couldn't. He was already in too far at that point. So if Makoto dives in, he's probably dead. Pit of Malice, Impale, Static Storm all committed on the Kez Q. Rolling Thunder coming out from Hyde. They look over at Jackie once again. He's got the Lotus Orb on him for the moment as well as the Thunderstrike, so he's hitting pretty hard. But now Makoto with the chase. They've got the silence and the glimpse. That actually probably helps a little bit for Makoto to get him out of that.
Okay, this time around the tables have turned and Boom is the one. Okay, you want to push, we're going to punish you the same way you punished us multiple times. Okay, what I really like about Troll right now is that he's queuing up the Swift Blink. Obviously everyone reaches that point in which you get it, but I think it could have even came sooner. Because one thing that you could have done is you could have just ignored the Pit of Malice, ignored the Firestorm, and jumped the backlines. Immediately blow up one of the supports, and then play on from there without popping your ulti even.
Do you like this call from Jackie going Ag's Blessing?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, definitely. It's not a bad item. I would still like the Swift Blink on him, perhaps. But yeah, you could even take Roche, perhaps, and then get the Ag's Blessing from there, because it will have it for sure next time. Yeah, it's interesting. What did we say? They want to take these fights last as long as possible.
Yeah.
That Ag's Blessing does exactly that. The teammates will be alive around him, so...
Now they've got Wind Waker on the 10th Prophet, and Carl going Ags too. Do you give... I would say you probably give the Ags Blessing if they are to get the
Disruptor.
5th Roche to the Disruptor,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course, of course.
He's committed to the Solar Crest, you bump him up a little bit,
No,
and he gets that Ags.
Yeah, that's really
Game winning.
game winning. You don't even think about that. You just give it. The Disruptor Ags has historically been one of the strongest agonyms in the game.
We used to see Disruptor's first item.
Yeah, exactly. You just win the game with it. This time around, they definitely needed more utility. And when you're behind, you can't go into that agonyms because you'll never get it.
Yeah. Blink
Toto?
stun, and the Pit of Malice. They've got the Wraithfire Blast to follow it up. There's the Primal Roar. The Lotus Orb a little bit too late on that, I believe. Jackie taking some damage from those axes being thrown from FBZ.
He actually didn't have the agonyms equipped so far on Great King. He just put it in after this small skirmish. I was thinking, okay, why is he doing this? What's the idea behind saving the axe? There's nothing really.
And now going Moonshard.
Yeah, some more attack speed. Swift Blink.
That Swift Blink Thunderstrike. And when he gets the Swift Blink, God, would hate to see anybody in the face of that Wraith King.
There's still a cheese on Mikoto, by the way. He's still keeping on to that. He's building into Skadi next. This Razor hits just as hard as the Troll at this point. Like, he's as big of a right-clicker.
It's getting close to tier 5 items. Just 6 minutes away. And then, you know, that with the fact that Roche is up in a minute, it'll be that 5th Roche.
If you're T1, you're wishing for Book of Shadows right now. Not Book of the Dead, but Book of Shadows. And you just pop it on the target that gets initiated on. They don't really have a lot of magic damage. That's AoE against that.
Boomer up pretty far.
Actually, it doesn't work, right?
They've got the glimpse as well as the Pit of Malice, and look at this already. Abyssal Blade used, but Drew's gone. He's got buyback, forced to use it immediately. Hide with the Rolling Thunder coming in and out of the fight, but T1, they're in a proper position to just disengage. They bought back on Drew.
Always.
And that is bad spot for Boom now.
Exactly that. Bad spot after bad spot. That's the proper position for T1 once again, right? High ground with their ward.
Yeah.
It's very simple for them to execute and to find the right target.
Being out that far top, it felt like that was the wrong position the second they were there.
And they bought back. Yeah, they bought back Drew. This is big commitment now.
They need this Roche. They need the Aegis.
So, also remember that Prophet does not have her ulti now for 40 more seconds, more or less. Maybe they won't even contest it. Yeah, on T1, let's see. This would be the first Roche that they actually contested.
Yeah, which is crazy. 4 Roches, not 1 contested. Got 25s coming out around.
Agonyms on that Prophet as well. So late in the game.
Dire are scanning.
Right, very interesting.
But a big spike once you get it.
Yeah.
And into Roche they go. Here comes Jackie. Blink forward with the Wraith Fire Blast coming out onto this Pango. Double stun from Zephyr. That hits the Troll. That hits the Pango. Drew's in trouble, getting low.
Drew.
But there's the Primal Roar. Is it enough, Jackie? He is not dead just yet. Thunderstrike is not enough to save him, but they've got the Static Storm right on the Troll. He bought back before, and now he is gone. 2 minutes on the sideline. He doesn't have buyback. The rest of Boom need to pick up the pieces, but it is not looking good. Makoto's in deep. He's in too deep. One of those Sum 41 songs that really describes the situation for Boom as they are way in too far. They'll call GG, and T1 from the brink of defeat bring it back and absolutely shatter Game 1 dreams for Boom.
Yeah, that's one of those games that just proves that the laning stage is important, but it's not everything, and that you can always make a comeback.
Especially they were down 12K, and their positioning, their execution of those fights was perfect. It was everything that you needed to come back into this game. I think if it was lacking even a little bit, they don't come back into the game.
Yeah, it's the high ground defenses, taking fights where they wanted to take them, those high ground pushes that always backfire. It's just great performance by T1.
Yeah, it looked really good from T1. We'll hear what our panel has to say about it. Nomad, back to you.
Thank you very much, B-Cop and Lizard. Yes, what a performance and what a first game in this best of 3 series here at the DPC SEA. Gentlemen, thoughts, theories, concerns about this performance in game number 1?
Where do we start? Troll
impressed.
has 10-minute Battle Fury, Beastmaster 11-minute Boots, Necro 3. Like, you should not lose this game. There's a lot of questionable stuff happening from Boom. Like, the laning stage went really well for them, as expected. Underlord plus Nyx were struggling into Troll and Crystal Maiden. But I think inexperience kicking in. Like, if you see, they didn't kill a single tier 3 tower, considering all the tower damage that you have coming out from the Troll, from the Beastmaster. One biggest issue is they try to take the fights. I think this is the fight that I'm just talking about, where they go high ground. No, it's not the one where Beastmaster gets like instantly stunned. They had no vision, but T1, they were using the high ground advantage and taking a good fight. It's also very hard to find into all these like circle abilities. You have Bit of Malice, you have Kinetic Field, just to keep them in place. So a rough one. Definitely, I feel that Boom should have won this game.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this in the green room and when we were watching the game, and, you know, I was asking, how do you take this high ground? Because, you know, they are fighting into Underlord, into Death Prophet, even Disruptor, and, of course, Wraith King in the front lines. You know, the amount of chip damage and the amount of
look at these dives.
survivability. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. They felt like they had to go behind the barracks in order to get the kills, in order to take the towers in the first place, otherwise it's just going to get chipped down to nothing. How are they meant to go high ground in this game, Black?
I feel this is a frustration kicking in. How you win a game like this is you just choke them out, and you can accumulate, if you want to, 30k gold lead, 40k gold lead. Eventually, you're going to be strong enough that their high ground defense doesn't matter, because you have Satanics, you have all the auras you need, you have all the blink daggers you need, Abyssal Blades maybe on your Pangolier, you know. They were just too impatient. They kept trying to end the game when they really shouldn't have, because, as I said, just accumulate the lead sometimes is the only way to win, you know. They have, as you said, a very strong high ground defense with the Nyx. Wraith King just standing there, Underlord, you know, just spamming his Pit and Firestorm.
They had the nice neutral items for sure. There was a Pit of Malice combined with Timeless Relic on the Underlord, Ceremonial Robe with Nyx Assassin, lowering the status resistance. So it lasts forever. It really is a dirty high ground defense.
Yeah, isn't there a talent what does the talent do for Pit of Malice?
0.65 seconds additional.
Ugh.
So you just literally root it for like 2-point-something seconds, and then it's like half a second downtime, and then you root it again.
Yeah, one mistake that was also made, they gave Beastmaster from the fourth Roche, they gave him Ag, so I don't think you benefit anything from that. It's not a meme, but it doesn't feel as good as, let's say, Razor or Troll.
But I feel like it shouldn't even get to that point, honestly. Like
for
the third
sure.
Roshan, I feel they should have already ended the game with that. But there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions for Boom. Like, they had a perfect early game. You can't ask for a better one. They owned every lane. DP died like 3 times with Exorcism on. They didn't lose a single T1 tower. And they still couldn't, you know, win against T1.
We talk about the Boom, you know, because it was their game to lose. Somehow they managed to find a way to lose this one. I'm wondering how this is going to affect them. You could see, like, player cameras. Drew, he was face palming all the time. This is inexperience kicking in.
At the end, though.
Sure, you know, but I think Drew, as the one guy that is new to the team, you need to make him feel good.
Yeah, I mean, he played a good Troll in the general sense, and I think it more came down to the team's decisions. There were a few team fights where maybe he went a bit too far.
Yeah, everyone shares the control of the units. They control Troll. Went to tier 4 towers, almost to the fountain.
3 times, yeah. Like it just really felt like frustration, you know, like I really want to break this high ground, but they're not letting us. And then it's
Yeah,
like,
you pop that ulti, you
Underlord,
go on a journey, you end up in the fountain, you're like, well, this isn't where I want to be. And then you just get to sit there with regrets as the tower pummels you down into dust.
There was this one moment where he activated BKB at the tower, and then he ran to the Underlord at the T4 towers and Abyssal bladed him. And he killed him, of course, but BKB cooldown, you just die right there, and then your high ground push is gone anyway.
I feel like throughout this whole game, there was a huge disconnect between Troll and the rest of the team. Like in the team fights, you can see he's going back in. The rest of the team is miles away. They do not want to back him up, so they're not on the same page whether they need to go in or out.
There was that one fight in the bottom river where he went in, he just picked up this BKB, and he goes in for the BKB reveal, 10 seconds, pops the ulti, pops a BKB. I think he takes down the Death Prophet, takes down another one. And they could have wiped them right there, but the rest of Boom were nowhere to be seen. I think they'd already lost the Beastmaster, and I think the Razor had lost its Aegis, and they were very, very kind of scared to commit. It's almost like they don't trust Drew, and when he does make these dives later on, you know, his team again aren't really backing him up. There you can kind of understand it a bit more, but
So
I don't know, maybe they just need to commit.
That Drew through?
Did Drew through? Well, that is the question. I don't think he did. I think you guys are being a little too harsh on my guy, Drew. I think he's, you know, he was the one who was supposed to win his team the game, but overall, I would question the leadership of Boom and say, you know, someone needs to be saying, we don't need to go here. Because there's no way, like, if your captain's saying, guys, like, we don't need to take this high ground, we can go back and farm and just come back with more money. There's no way the control's going to press BKB and run after an Underlord under tier 4s if that's the case.
Yeah, but really, like, the responsibilities shift in a game, you know? Like, in late game, it's really your carry that should be making the calls, you know? I want to take this high ground now, and what we need to do to take this high ground is this, you know? And if he says, I don't feel like we can take high ground right now, we should choke them out, that's what you do. Like, you have the captain, of course, for the overall idea, you know, when we go Roshan, how to set up for that. But really, late game, decision-making is like 80-90% on the course.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I take that. But what did T1 do well this game? You know, they had a rough laning phase. They kept it together. They kept on trying to make the plays. And in the end, their high ground defense was successful and led to the win. What did you like? What were the standout performances, should we say, on T1?
I mean, really only that. Like, the high ground defense was impeccable.
Just the Underlord for picking
every
Underlord.
time they left high ground, something went wrong. Like, they took 2 Rexes, then they get picked off one by one, which all looked really scary again, that they can lose the game again suddenly from a very good position, you know, in a very winning position. And just overall, T1 looked very shaky. Like, they only won because of those high ground defenses. Like Boom really just ran into a, like, impregnable wall, you know.
Both of the teams making a lot of mistakes, which is very punishable. T1, they made less mistakes in this game, so in the end they won. Just overall, being on the high ground with the heroes that they have, they understood the power of their heroes. I love the atomization, especially from the Dead Prophet, Lincoln's BKB. We've seen 2 Eon Disc on their side as well, and the Wind Waker in the end. You know, this is something that you upgrade your Yule Scepter into, and you can save people, save your own teammates with it.
Lots of high ground baiting, you know. Even the triangle, they took like 3 fights there. Was really good.
Was indeed, and in the end, it is T1 that take the victory here in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. We are now going to throw it over to the break, so you know, go to the bathroom, get a snack, get a drink, or maybe even tune into the 4K stream on YouTube if you fancy it. But we will be back afterwards for game number 2 of Boom versus T1 here at the DPC SEA, brought to you by PGL. We'll see you soon.
the smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the burning the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the day. So now I'm coming for you all. Whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off. Cause only room at the top for one gun in the drawer.
Good day and welcome back to the DPC tournament. It's the SEA region. We're here with PGL. My name is Nomad. Joining me on the panel is Black and Lacoste as we get into the second game in this best of 3 series. Is indeed Boom versus the mighty T1. Who take game 1? T1, game 1. Similarities? Any coincidence? Don't think so. What happened, Black? Just break it down for people that missed game 1 real quick.
All right, so what happened is Boom had a fantastic start.
They did.
An almost unlosable start, I would say.
Almost.
Yeah, but then T1 had a lot of very good high ground baits.
Very good.
Very good itemization to
Very
defend
good.
the high ground. Amazingly good.
Amazing.
And then they defended high ground and Boom lost.
They lost. Well, yeah, okay. Pretty abrupt, but yes, indeed, they did indeed lose. A little bit diving too deep. Got those speedos on a little too tight. Hopefully they loosen them up for game number 2 and go back to the drawing board as we get into this draft for the second game of the series. We're going to start things out with T1 banning out the OD and the Bat Rider. Meanwhile, Boom Esports are going to get rid of the Monkey King and the DP. So really not allowing T1 to get that Monkey King, which they favored so much in their series versus 496.
Yeah. Let's get down to business. The cost. What
Yes, sir.
do they need to change? In my opinion, my humble opinion, I want your perfect analysis after that. I think they should give Mikoto a game winner again.
Exactly. Like Razor is the hero that, you know, he played well, don't get me wrong, but you can do only so much with Razor. Like at one point, you hit the limit, what the hero can do. But if you have, let's say, an Ember Spirit, a Storm Spirit, heroes like that, you can make a lot of difference. So they start with the Phoenix. Okay, I'm liking that hero that's always going to be good. You have teamfight potential. On the other side, T1 opening up with the Earth Spirit.
How do you like the Phoenix into the Earth Spirit, the matchup?
You know, struggles sometimes against the stuns, against the silences. We'll see if they decide to pair him up with something that potentially has a save. We still don't know if that's like a 4 Phoenix, 5 Phoenix, so there are a couple of options. Throw in something like a Shadow Demon, maybe an Oracle.
Ooh,
but
2
already
silences.
liking what T1 has, you know, this Grimstroke plus an Earth Spirit, good scaling, 2 supports, and I know you don't like it when the teams show both 4 and 5 in the opener.
Could be a mid Grimstroke, let's not forget.
Could be.
I kind of hope it was, because Carl literally got up and left the moment the Grimstroke was picked. So I kind of hope he was just like, pick me Grimstroke, and then he just left. He's just like gone to chill for a bit.
The Wraith King for Boom this time. I quite like that because when all the cooldowns of T1 are expanded and you have the second life, you're going to be very potent because obviously all the spells are on cooldown. They won't be nearly as strong, and then Wraith King can really start taking over those team fights.
They have heroes with 2 lives, so it's 7 versus 5 already. Phoenix
Unfair,
with the
right?
egg,
True,
really
true.
unfair. How's that balanced?
Yeah, I think the game is pretty much over already. We should go to game 3.
Now they pick Meepo, and they've just got too many heroes, too many lives, and yeah, completely outnumbered.
And the client probably can't handle it, and the server
Probably not.
crashes.
You know, actually, there is something which lags the client right now, like Monkey King got used to. If PL gets Aghanims, and you probably
All the illusions?
Yeah, the illusions like really make the server stutter. So
I'm
Still
not
waiting
surprised
for
anymore.
a day that PL will get the good Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
That axe is actually not terrible. It's just very bad, but it's not terrible.
Yeah,
At least.
compared to the other ones, like it still feels like the best one so far,
Yeah.
but still not good enough compared to the other.
Okay,
Aghanim
so the
Scepter
PL
upgrades.
Ags, it allows you to create 10 or maximum illusions
Maximum
around
illusion.
yourself,
Yeah.
and they last for 10 extra seconds, and it
but they're
destroys
at
your
your
existing
health.
illusions.
But they're at your health still. So AoE is still the biggest problem the hero has to deal with.
Yeah.
If you're
So
half
what
health,
is the use of
impressive.
that?
The use of that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just obviously the illusions last much longer, so you
So
can fight for
pushing?
longer. Yeah. It's just feel like it
Rushing?
amplifies its strengths, but doesn't really address its weaknesses. Cause already, if you can't deal with the illusions, you know, you don't need 10 seconds of extra illusions.
Yeah.
And it's just to have like the burst of illusions out right away, you know, just all at once.
Okay. Yeah. Catch him off guard.
Yeah. Instead of just building up one by one.
Yeah. I think the best Aghanims in the games are ones which can kind of transform how the hero plays, or really give them a new aspect to their kit, which is difficult to play into.
Like Terrorblade is my favorite, probably.
Terrorblade is an excellent example. Yeah, I think Morphling is another really good example. Like some of the things that unlocks you to do, because it's basically saying, you know what amplifies your kit? Well, it now amplifies my kit.
For PL, I feel there's always going to be a better choice. Like, if you're comparing, like, any, like, you need a Scotty, you need Abyssal Blade, maybe I need a Butterfly, whatever, every other item just seem to have much bigger value than the eggs.
Yeah, it's just like you do what you do better, but you don't need it. Like, you don't cover any weaknesses with it.
No.
It's like just overkill.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of those things which, like, I guess I'll get it if we're, like, 60 minutes into the game and I've already bought a Moon Shard and a Shard and all that shenanigans. But nevertheless, anyway, let's stop talking about PL because probably not going to get picked this game.
Yet, on his banned. He's actually banned.
Yeah.
So no more PL talk at all.
We felt it coming.
We really did. Yeah. We really did.
But this Brave King hero has to be busted, right? He's pretty ridiculous.
Extremely powerful right now, because even if your lane is not going well, you go back to jungle, he's scaling. Well, like one way to nerf him would be not being able to get new charges on the skellies while there's still skellies on the map, I think.
Yeah, and they last super long too, right? Is it 90 seconds they last or something? Crazy.
Also, they respawn for some reason.
Yeah. That's because they're skeletons.
Yeah, they do hella damage. They move hella quickly. There's loads of them. You can get the charges really easily, and they respawn for some reason. Yeah. And they've got 50% magic resist, or am I thinking of something else?
No, I don't think they have magic resist.
They have a little bit, but not 50. I think.
I'm thinking about Eidolons.
Yeah, I think they have some for sure. Yeah. But
yeah, they should also stun every single time they hit someone. Like apply
50%
slow,
bash.
Bash, it's not strong enough at the moment. They go with Enigma. Okay.
Hey, buddy.
Well, why do you think they picked the Titan here? Doesn't seem like particularly great or useful with what they have.
Maybe they feel there's going to be Morphling Medusa coming out from T1, so they are preparing themselves for that. Good egg defender, however.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, with that stomp, very good. Enigma response is quite good, though. One of the better here. Well, I say that, but his Spirit can really get a lot of damage out of those Eidolons. If it's a +5. Which it probably will be.
Once again, T1 with circle abilities.
Yeah.
Kinetic Field, a bit of Malice in the last game. Now they have Enigma, Black Hole, Midnight Pulse. Midnight Pulse, it's the most damage coming out from Enigma. Definitely that ability.
You say circle abilities a lot, but are there any AoE abilities in Dota which aren't circles, other than maybe like Scream of Pain?
Borrow Strike.
Impale.
Waveform.
Okay, I'll take it.
Lion
Been put in my
Aghanims.
place. No, that's technically a circle.
I don't know.
Lena Shard is not a circle, that's a line.
Sonic Wave.
That's a cone, right?
It is. Yeah. Do you like me some
Learning
cones?
shapes and forms with the panel today. Tidehunter. Man, they're going all in team fight, huh?
Yeah, they want to brawl, dude. They want to brawl. Roll up those sleeves. Let's go.
I quite like the draft so far, actually. Looks very easy to execute, you know. Oh, I messed up one AoE ult, I still have two more. Oh, two are messed up, I can press another one.
Oh, guys, accidentally did a silly egg. We got Ravage, we got Stomp.
So you probably have two of the best heroes in the game to protect the egg with, which makes it a bit harder to kill the egg. Also, so far, they don't have any egg hitters. Like, these three heroes don't really go in the middle of a team fight. I'm gonna hit this Phoenix egg.
Ricky.
Okay, so there's one.
And the Tide Killer. It's good. It's good. Are we still expecting a Grim middle or just Ursa Grim? One of the best lanes in Dota anyway.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah, we'll probably just have to see, because no, they do not have the last pick. Boom has the last pick again.
They also picked Tidehunter into Grimstroke. Tidehunter usually struggles against like Doom, Enigma. It's also Tidehunter into Enigma, so you can't really crack that off. Grimstroke Silence can't crack that off. You need to hit it.
Problematic.
It really is. It
Same with Fury Swipes too.
Like a really good Tidehunter game.
Yeah, can't dispel Fury Swipes either. Now all we need is like some DP middle and Titan that doesn't want to play anymore.
DP's banned. They banned it.
That's boring. How dare they ban good heroes?
All right, so for T1, we're expecting them to be either going for the Grimstroke mid and picking up a different 5, or running the Grimstroke as a 5 and then grabbing a mid. Meanwhile, for Boom, we're expecting them to grab themselves a mid laner almost 100%.
Yeah, I'm looking at what's still left in the pool for T1 to lane mid.
There's Void
There's
Spirit.
still a Puck.
Like Puck, Void Spirit for T1.
I know Carl loves his Puck.
Yeah, because they have no real lockdown.
Yeah.
You should
They'll
abuse
ban
that. Position 5 and 4 don't have like reliable stun or silence, so like Void Spirit or Puck should be an option.
Yeah, I think Puck is probably the best, just because they're very reliable, whereas Void Spirit is a bit more iffy. But if they do pick that Puck, there is an option for a Dragon Knight, and then it's a huge just meat wall.
There's 2 bans left. There's no way the Puck's getting through. Like both teams are banning mid lane.
There's only 1 ban left.
There's 2.
And T1 is
SF
picking
ban?
first.
SF banned.
That says to me more of a Void Spirit than Puck.
Yeah, looks like it.
Maybe they're anticipating the Puck ban and saying, we'll ban the Void counter, which leaves both options open.
Boom still has the last pick, so they can't react to the mid
Or
lane.
they wanna bait them into banning the Void Spirit because they want the Puck, and then they can't pick the Void Spirit.
It's a catch-22. You just played either way. The Void Spirit gets banned out. Thank you very much. We take our Puck. GGT1 win the series. No, I'm getting ahead of myself, but
But I do believe Puck is the best hero here. He can phase shift everything. They have no instant lockdown. Looks like an amazing Puck game so far. And the Axe Coil, of course, against all these heroes is gonna be
It just
super
feels
big
great.
tool.
You know, Coil into Midnight Pulse is such a strong combination.
And to Earth Spirit rolling into.
gives them some damage, which they're sorely lacking as well, looking at this draft. Like, they are low on that,
Ember?
but they go for the Ember. What a curveball from
Wow.
T1.
Now that is very
Defying
interesting.
expectations.
I feel like you just put the Titan in the middle now, pick another offlane that owns Ursa like a Venomancer, and you're good. Because Tide destroys Ember super hard.
Yeah?
Do you think they'll flex it? Like,
I
it's a good
hope they
idea,
do.
but
Because Venomancer really
he messes up with Ursa laning
messes
stage.
Ursus. Yeah. Not only laning stage, even mid game too. Like you just
It's this guy with his breadsticks again. He loves them.
so they do go for the Puck.
And there's the
I mean,
Puck.
it's a very obvious response. I don't know why they went Ember Spirit honestly over Puck. That just seems so weird. Like why do you make it hard for yourself? You can make it easy.
We've seen that throughout both Chinese and Southeast Asian region, where teams are not utilizing the last picks.
At all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just putting themselves in a really bad spot. You know, it could have been Puck for them. Most likely, Boom would go for the Dragon Knight there as a response. So how do you deal with this Puck? Like, you have a Grimstroke silence, Earth Spirit rolling in. It still feels like a really, really good Puck game.
They have ways to deal with him, yeah, but as you said, it's not the easiest, most reliable ways.
All right, well, whilst you guys mull over your predictions, we're, of course, going to get the Twitch prediction in. Let's see what they're saying over on the Twitch chat.
Boom.
60% in favor of Boom. Now, keep in mind, they're on a bit of a delay, so they haven't quite seen all the picks yet, but this is where the things are standing. Guys, it's time to get down and dirty with those predictions. What are we thinking for game number 2? Is this Puck pick strong enough to allow Boom to get the series level?
Wraith King is a busted hero, but one hero that's more busted is Ursa. Combine that with Enigma, I just feel like T1 will take it.
So you think they're late game? They're just going to go to late game and they're just going to take it on late game?
Yeah.
I have a very similar feeling, honestly, because they struggled so hard just now, Boom, after an amazing laning phase. I don't think they'll have such an easy game this time. So I'm probably also going to go with T1.
Okay.
Not because of the draft, but just because of last game.
All right, well, I'm happy to balance the scales and say, you know, Makoto's on a playmaking here on the Puck, and it's looking like an excellent Puck game, so I think he can pull through this game, and that's why I'm going to go for Boom for game number 2. And let's bring in our casters, who are going to be B-Cup and Lizard, and hear their thoughts on this draft. Now, guys, nice and quickly this time, okay? Can we do that?
I can't do that.
God.
I can do it, at least. Yeah, they got this Puck, but it takes more than just that mid laner Mikoto on a Puck to carry the game. So I'll go with T1 and the Enigma as well.
Good job. B-Cup.
Yeah, so in between games, I was traveling across the globe. I was collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, and I summoned the great Shenron. He came up and asked me, you know, what I wanted. I had 3 wishes. I only needed 1. I asked him, who's going to win game 2? And he said, really? That's your wish? And I said, yes. So he said, your wish is granted. The knowledge is there. T1's going to win.
Alrighty, well, I guess I'm out of my own going for Boom then, but we shall get into game number 2, T1 versus Boom. Starting off straight away, we're immediately into a team fight. Take it away, B-Cup and Lizard.
Man, Hyde getting first blood on Cuckoo. Shenron, don't lead me wrong. I collected all 7 Dragon Balls. I had to fight against Frieza. Even Cell came into the mix. It was a very difficult saga. I held a Spirit Bomb up for about 10 episodes. Hands up the entire time. I got collective energy from all of Twitch chat.
I can get behind that. That's my sort of prediction.
You know, Krillin had to sacrifice himself for me just to get those 7 Dragon Balls. It was a really difficult prediction for me to get.
As long as you keep your hands up, it's worth it. Doesn't matter really.
Get a pause.
It's about, if anything, DBZ has taught me, it's about the journey, not the destination.
Exactly. And we just don't talk about Dragon Ball GT.
I kind of stopped much earlier there. Bosnian TV, they couldn't afford some of these newer episodes.
Yeah, taking a look, already a bit of panic there after giving up first blood. Uh-oh. But, yeah, I mean, I really like T1's lineup. Feels like Enigmas so far have been very hit or miss.
Yeah.
Is this a Blink BKB kind of game for the Enigma, or are we looking at more of a
He's buying
utility
Necros.
game?
He's buying Necros already, you can see. But usually how you do it is you buy those Necros, and then afterwards you can decide on the state of the game. Yeah. Usually it's a BKB and Blink, or perhaps even some amazing utility. I would like to see him scale. I would like him to have impact later on in the game, so Blink BKB would be the best.
Yeah, I like the Necro 2 is, a pushing opportunity here. You're already using your Eidolons.
No, I'm actually surprised that we don't see more of this. Because I've been playing, man, versus Seb many games, and when he plays Enigma in pubs, it's always Necros, pretty much, versus me at least. The thing is, with Necros, Enigma is constantly active. You're not waiting for the black hole because you have kill potential with level 10 talent on Malefice. So you get that 0.35 Malefice stun duration talent, you pop Malefice on some support, and you just send all the Eidolons and Necros. It's like 99% a kill if they're slightly out of position.
Yeah, so we'll see if that's the way that the Enigma goes after it. See, you play against Seb, I play against people who think they're as good as Seb, and then really disappoint, which is good for me because I'm playing against them, but it's a very different level.
He's also... Yeah, this isn't Seb level of last hitting right now, coming from Ku. Like, he has 1 last hit and 2 denies. As Enigma, one thing that you want to be doing is denying everything and last hitting everything, but yeah, so far hasn't worked out well.
Yeah, just 1 and 3 up to this point. Something to go with on the T1 lineup too is I really like the support duo in the Earth Spirit as well as the Grimstroke. But that being said, I feel like the puck was an easy pick for T1 that
bottom lane,
went to Boom.
Oh. Yeah, the puck obviously could switch the favor a little bit for Boom. This Earth Spirit and Grimstroke, like you said, the roll-in with the Inkswell old-school combo, when these 2 heroes were added to the game, instantly pretty much everyone was playing this exact combination. On the other hand, Boom, they also have some flair on their own. You have the Earth Spirit and the Phoenix. I heard Panel talking about all the ways to protect the Seg, and he should have a very easy time planting it properly.
Does it matter his, like... Ooh, hold on, Ember. Getting pretty low here over mid. Carl almost dropping.
He has a salve. He's playing with fire a little bit, both sides.
A lot of damage coming out onto these tier 1 heroes. What I was going to say is the egg positioning, obviously we see sometimes when it's a tougher game, you use that egg a little bit further back. With what he's got around him, can he play more aggressively with that egg and kind of put it further into these fights, or is that still dangerous?
Actually, not only is it not dangerous, I would say it's expected from him. Maybe even one of his players should recommend that mid lane.
Yeah, Makoto in trouble, and Carl will just get a solo kill. Makoto going in too far.
Oh, the pause? Excuse me.
The master falters.
And this, okay, all right. This is salt in the wound right here. Yeah, this is, especially for Makoto, who's used to dominating his lanes every single match we've seen so far. Like, him dying, giving away the first blood, which is, not first blood, sorry, it already happened, but first kill to the Ember on mid lane, and then the pause happens. Oof, man, this is, just feels bad. I know the feeling, I feed a lot. it's bad.
Yeah, I feed a lot too, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, it happens. He can bounce back. The question that you had about Phoenix is, it's really important for him to position his egg so deep that the Enigma can't find an angle to use the black hole.
Yeah.
Because he also has to worry about the egg stun, right? It goes through everything. You can't protect yourself from that. Plus the damage of the egg might stop you from blinking in, so need to be like this. Phoenix versus Enigma, for me, I love playing Phoenix into him because it just has some hidden ideas around it.
Malefice, Drew taking some damage here. Eidolon's adding on to the punishment.
Yep. Really, they started this lane on top lane really poorly. T1, that is.
Yeah.
This Wraith King should have way less than what he's getting.
He's 18 and 5.
18 and 5 versus 9 and 8 Enigma. He's denying, but these denies are mostly from just using Eidolons. Yeah.
So it's to be expected that he's got those denies.
Yeah, exactly. And they just got caught. Like, Enigma fed 2 Eidolons. After the second usage of Eidolons is really important. And he fed 2 of them to Cascute and his Astral Spirit.
So Makoto, that solo kill is definitely going to make this a little bit better for Carl.
Yeah, now he also does not get lucky when it comes to the rune. Carl gets that in with.
Yeah, fills up that bottle. Granted, Makoto now just by himself for the moment, avoiding the Earth Spirit that was coming over, that little bit of aggression that T1 were trying to play on the rune, so that works out a little bit.
Also, what's really peculiar on the side of Boom is the fact that Cascute went to the jungle to stack and pull. Because of that, Drew, like, remember when we were talking about TCS before?
Yeah.
He had 19. Enigma had 9. Enigma now has 15. He has 22, 23. It's
Carl gonna go down over mid, overstepping just a bit, and now Makoto's level 6.
Right, things okay are turning on the mid lane. Makoto getting that comeback kill. I'm surprised no one DC'd.
The feed DC.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Drew
attack.
again, every time he steps forward in this lane, he's taking a lot of harassment. Dream Coil down right on top of the Earth Spirit. They haven't killed him just yet. He's trying to find an opportunity out of this, but with everything on cooldown, it's not looking likely. And yeah, Makoto now with another kill. So going from that kill on the Ember over to the Earth Spirit and gets that level 6 from the Ember kill and moves forward and gets another one immediately.
This man is just a rising star coming from SEA region. Even when, like, we see this situation, it's not looking great for him. He fed the kill, still he comebacks, gets 2 kills in the next 2 minutes. So very well played by him. And the rotation from Elder Titan, obviously.
Man, 22 and 16. Enigma.
Yeah, that's it. It all came down to Cascute leaving the lane, not stacking and pulling.
FBZ bottom stunned up. Jackie putting in some big damage. High trying to help out, slowing down that attack speed a little bit, but it won't be enough. FBZ drops. And back over top. Zephyr now on the run from Cascute and Drew, but again, you look over the damage onto Drew with these Eidolons and just the Malefice. It's enough of a deterrent to let Zephyr run.
Yeah, there are some misplays here overall. I've been watching this lane so much because it's very interesting for me. It's very like nerdy lane, you have to know exactly what you're doing. You can't just play it. You can't just autopilot here.
Yeah.
That I forgot about bot lane, like completely. This Ursa so far is sitting on top of the network, doing pretty well, but also Tidehunter wasn't shut down.
Ooh, Drew now taken out top. Zephyr coming in, getting the kill with Cuckoo. Again, Eidolon's Malefice, the roll in, making it very difficult for Drew to farm in this lane. They're rotating over Makoto. Zephyr, he's TP'd out successfully. Makoto now makes a rotation and doesn't get anything from it.
Yeah, Cascute also missed the Echo Stomp, so they didn't get...
Jackie, Icarus Dive, Spirits in the Sunray, Inkswell, but not long for this world.
It's this matchup against Phoenix. Yeah, you can say that Ursa later on does benefit from the overpower to kill the egg, right? But in the laning stage itself, Phoenix is pretty decent versus you. He has Fire Spirits, so you usually don't go overpower early on.
Roll again, Drew. Comes mid and immediately getting harassed again.
And Mikoto taking these stacks as well that are in the jungle right now. That's something that Cascue definitely did do well.
Inkswell, FBZ getting chased, stunned up. Phoenix trying to come over and save the Tidehunter, but the second you leave, it seems like top and bottom, the second you leave the core alone, that's when it's time for T1 to pounce.
Yeah, that's why you can see Drew already relegating himself into the jungle. He's like, all right, on top lane, I have nothing else to do anymore. Enigma is going to deny every single last hit, so let's just farm the jungle, which does make a lot of sense. I'm not sure you can afford that as Jackie.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
You can't really. Like, you can maybe farm the hard camp here next to the lane, but you should be there a little bit longer.
I think it gets difficult because Drew goes into the jungle, but that leaves the Enigma's lane open. He gets this Necro Book. I'm going to assume the tower's dropping soon up top. How do they defend that?
There is Elder Titan, right? He has 2 levels of Astral Spirit, 2 levels of Echo Stomp. He will attempt to defend it. However,
Jackie bottom. They're going forward. FBZ, he does have Ravage. They'll TP over Carl. Slight in and now a Icarus dive away, but Remnants forward, hide on the run. Slight again in a second. Carl gets the kill. They've got the Elder Titan locked up thanks to the Inkswell from Whitemon on Zephyr. They should find this Elder Titan, and then that leaves the lane very open for them to go after. But I say that, Drew, he comes into this. He's trying to get a return kill onto Whitemon. And now the puck is here too, so Illusory Orb, Makoto through, Dream Coil in. They're really trying to defend the tier 1. The roll's going to miss with the phase shift used
he got his
by
ulti.
Makoto. And now Zephyr. Ooh, black hole onto Drew. He doesn't have the mana, so that means he's not coming back to life.
Yep.
You rely on that reincarnation so much, but when you don't have the mana for it, it's not there for you.
It's the benefit of the Necros as well, right? Coming right there into play. And what's funny is he didn't have the ulti on level 6. He just got his level 7, and he decided to fight.
Through silence onto Makoto. Malefice. Makoto with the Waning Rift. One more shot, gets the kill, jaunts over and back just under the tower. They are really defending this tier 1.
Yeah, they're really bringing in pretty much everyone. On the bottom lane though, Cascute has rotated with FBC to pressure the tier 1 on his own. So they have these 2 position 5s that are extremely good at defending, but the Grimstroke is doing a much better job than Elder Titan right now. He's getting so much on the bottom lane.
Yeah. Hitting the CS under the tower. He's level 6, 113, holding a skill point at the moment.
You can see that Hyde has remained on top as well. It's a little bit easier for him. If they dive him, he just dives out. That's it.
Drew has had to move all over the map. It's so tough for him. And again, those Necro Books making his life hard because that reincarnation, I don't know if it's likely to go off. If he throws 1 stun or 2 stuns, you mana burn him, you get him low. Reincarnation's 180. You've only got 470 to work with.
Yeah, needs to be careful. That's exactly what happened in that last engagement. Bottom.
And they found Cascute. Boulder Smash, Carl getting another kill. 3-1. Makoto comes in. FBZ, He's ready with a Ravage if need be. Hyde also has the Supernova. Inkswell pops as well as the Silence. They've got the Magnetize onto 3. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains now onto Hyde. They don't have Dream Coil to work with. Carl still posturing forward on them. They do have Grimstroke nearby. Sleight of Fist starting to do some damage, really chunking in, but they've got the Silence. FBZ trying to catch up with the Phase Boots and maybe get a Ravage off.
No. This is T1. Their defensive game, their defense is so strong. This is what he's doing. Like this Ember, you look at him and you're thinking, okay, is he trying to get a kill? What is he doing? What exactly was he doing there? He was only buying time for Grimstroke to kill a couple of more waves.
Yeah.
That's it. They every second matters in the early game, and they're defending this tier 1 a little bit longer.
And while he's keeping their attention, Jackie's up towards top, pushing the tier 1 tower in, farming as much as he wants. It's a free lane for him. He's almost got this Battle Fury. He's top the net worth. Like, you're opening up so much space, just disrupting them with slice constantly.
And your heroes do naturally farm a little bit better, right? Like you have this Enigma, you have Ursa that's almost completed that Battle Fury like you just mentioned. Ember as well needs a little bit of time for that Maelstrom, so they're completely fine with keeping status quo right now.
Maintaining the status quo is nice for T1, only up a little bit in terms of net worth, but it does feel like overall power is in their favor at the moment.
For sure, yeah. Mikoto is actually going for Witchblade. Interesting. Some extra damage, obviously. We have seen Witchblade build on Puck quite often, but it can backfire too. If they catch you, you suddenly don't have that mobility from Blink Dagger.
Probably no Yules, because sometimes we see Yules, Blink Dagger on those pucks. FBZ, he's set up in the trees like he wants to use this Ravage. Whitemon coming in, doesn't have the vision on FBZ. Here's the TP over, Makoto's in, they'll look for one. They kill off Whitemon immediately. Eidolon's coming through Cuckoo. He does have Black Hole available, but a very difficult fight if it splits up. Battle Fury picked up for the Ursa. We'll see if he stays by. They do have 4 heroes here with Grimstroke still in the grave.
So they could pressure this, but there's Dream Coil, there's Ravage, there's Egg.
Carl just playing so far forward. Dream Coil comes in, and now they'll go to the Supernova immediately. Carl, can he escape from this? Sleight of Fist, ramming him back. He's got the life to do so. Supernova now down. You're out of mana on FBZ. He does not have Ravage.
And that was so well played by them.
And then the Icarus dive away. They get the tier 1 tower finally.
Such a good play, man. Like, he's crazy. He goes in, baits out their ultis, Dream Coil and Egg, and still survives.
It was close, but he did the math.
I mean, I believe that he was assessing that risk and thinking, okay, even if I die, it's kind of fine for us. We're taking the tower. Ursa is farming.
No, maybe even thinking he'd get one more ulti out of that.
Yeah, like if he got Ravage as well, it would have been even better.
Forward, Kezcute in trouble. He's rooted up. Searing Chains catch him, but he walks into the trees, but not completely in there as the sight finishes him off.
Yeah, this matchup itself, like Elder Titan versus Ember, can get rough for Titan.
Roll, Geomagnetic Grip, Ravage. That only hits the Earth Spirit. And now, FBZ jumped up by Jackie. They get the kill on both supports, but the Malefice is there, keeping FBZ right next to Jackie. Not close enough to him to get this kill, and now he's in too far. Jackie's overplayed himself.
Yeah, it's a nice silence coming in from Mikoto, who is on a monster kill streak, man.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Dream Coil down again onto Carl. They're looking for the sweep. They're not going to land it, but they finally have the silence. Do they have the damage? Rate Fire Blast. It's in time, Carl. He exudes confidence, but that confidence gets him killed.
Can anyone stop Mikoto at this point? Like, every single game I'm watching, he's crushing. It feels like he's not playing in his league, even. That's how it feels like.
Yeah.
8-1-3 at the moment.
They've had him low, they just haven't been able to kill him.
This is, don't get me wrong, this is an extremely good puck game, but he's still doing all the right moves.
Yeah.
Making plays.
Now going into the Yules after this Witchblade. Roll away, Zephyr spotted, Icarus dive on top of him.
This Yules that you just mentioned will have multiple uses. It's not only for himself, it's really good against Ursa, right? Like, just Yuling him up is the only thing that can be used against all the status resistance. Also, it's really good versus Enigma, in case he does not calculate that use as a stun.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens, right? Like we've seen it recently too. Enigma, as a player, you always count the stuns, but sometimes you forget the items that can, like Orchid Yules.
Stops you from getting that
Good Black Hole
out. He's gotten the Necro 3 and now looking straight for the BKB on Cuckoo.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all.
Geomagnetic Grip, they've got the silence, though Makoto not caught just yet.
So let me explain the reasoning about the BKB first after Necro. Usually you go Blink Dagger first, right? But Necro delay your farm so much that by the time you get Blink, let's say after Necro, the enemy team will have 1 or 2 items extra to prevent you from using that battle, like the Yules, like the Orchid. Because of that, you really just want to BKB and run straight in. It's still possible to use the Blink, to buy the Blink first, but this is safer.
I like the BKB here. I don't think you necessarily need the Blink Dagger to get these black holes off, especially Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, catch a target. It doesn't have to be this massive black hole on 5 heroes. You're focusing probably either Wraith King or the Puck, right?
That's true, but Blink Dagger just makes your life way easier.
It does.
And Arcane Blink is meta right now. On Enigma is just so strong. So I want to see that Blink BKB very soon coming from him.
Yeah, but the BKB first probably secures you a black hole, whereas Blink maybe, especially, you know, FBZ, he's also building a Yule. So if you're not catching everybody, it seems like you're not going to get the black hole off, but with the BKB, you can at least secure one.
This, what you just mentioned. Not something you see very often on Tidehunter, but yeah, they just understand. We need to deal with this Ursa.
Yeah.
Yules are great.
Just looking to kite as much as they can. He's got the Yasha going SNY to start. Like, his farm is up there. He's up 900 ahead of the Puck, up 1,000 over the Wraith King. I think Carl's game's really slowed down. Yeah, he's played aggressive, he's played forward, but it took him a long time to finish this Maelstrom.
Yeah, but just remember how much space he was making and what he was doing in this game.
Yeah.
Like all these moves where he's very sacrificial, they hurt you. You could be hitting creeps in that time, but no, you're actually allowing your team to take objectives and the Ursa to farm.
Yeah. So, Enigma back up here top, makes the Eidolons. He'll continue to farm. He does switch to the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, switched back in. Yeah, it's really player preference at the end.
Onto Whitemon. Venom's Embrace hits the tide, but it's not going to keep him alive. Godlike from Makoto, now on his 9th kill.
I'm sure he's thinking about both of these things, both items, and he's just deciding on the fly what feels better for him. I still think it's extremely difficult for him to use that black hole.
He might see the Yules on Makoto and switch back.
It can happen as well, yeah.
Ursa just the recipe away from finishing off the Sange to get the SNY going.
Drew is also really close, actually so close to Radiance, it's flying out to him right now. The only problem is, like, when you go Midas Radiance on Wraith King, it's a decent power spike, but you don't feel fight ready yet. You know, like, it feels like you still want one more item at least before you're really strong.
They're going to smoke, though. Drew Hahn and FBZ, again, the team fight from Boom is very strong. FBZ, he spots Zephyr, Icarus dive, and now they've got the Soul Bind as well as the Silence on a 2. He rolls away from this. Earth Splitter comes in. So far, Boom empty-handed on the Midnight Pulse. Drew, ooh, Sight comes through. They pop the first life. They go to the Supernova. Now it's time for T1 to disengage.
Yeah, it's time to run. They're doing the same things. They're doing the same exact mistakes in Game 2 on the side of Boom. They're rushing into high ground.
Yeah.
They don't have the right vision. I understand why they're doing this, though. They're trying to take the triangle, and they had the blink on Tide. But they're not committing anything. They're just blinking in and trying to ride the Current Spirit to death. Like, he's gonna roll out, obviously.
So, 5k lead. This is really jumped forward for Boom. Wow.
Very similar to
the first game.
Exactly. However, T1, they're doing something they've never done before.
Yeah.
In the series, that is.
Ooh, illusory orb. Title spot this, I believe.
I think he didn't, yeah.
Roshan has fallen.
Makoto now comes in with an illusory orb once again. Does he jaunt to the back? No, he drops a dream coil poorly.
Oh, and the dive.
On the Icarus dive, goes to the Sun Ray, not gonna matter. They'll find hideout.
Yeah, you could say that they're making some mistakes that aren't really characteristic for Boom. Being out of position, missing green coil.
Tidehunter doesn't
Have mana?
7 charges on the wand, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. They're still looking to jump. They avoid the sweep. The right click's coming through on FBZ. Kraken Shell helps him out.
This is a problem that I've noticed in the game. FBZ almost never has mana. How many Ravages have we seen? 1 on the mid lane, and that's about it, right? Like,
And he went just phase Yules. He's going into a refresher. Are you ever going to have the mana to sustain that?
with these items, not. Like you can argue that if he has 20 Magic Wand charges, you can kinda
refresher. What are you doing with that?
Yeah, it's peculiar. Let's put it that way. I would much rather see the Arcane Blink that we're seeing recently more often on Tidehunter, or any sort of utility for the Raid King.
For sure. I think, yeah, the way you put it, peculiar, not a word I'm good at. You said it better than me. And yeah,
yes.
Just
one word. First time in my life I've heard that.
It just seems like such an odd pickup if he does commit to this. Cuckoo, Bullwhip, Blink on cooldown, but they found Zephyr. Essence Ring roll, not going to get off.
The Necros have also been committed, and there you go, the Yules.
Yeah, they found Cuckoo. Swell running, Ravage used. That hits on a Whitemon as well as Cuckoo. They get the kill into the Enigma. They look over at the Grimstroke. One more shot, not even needed because they've got the Radiance Burn. Triple kill for Drew. Big fight for Boom. Very split from T1.
Yeah, big fight for them. Really well played. And you can see the problem that Enigma is now facing. Like, he has this Blink Dagger, but he can't use it. Like, he can only use it defensively to run away. He can't really use Black Hole. He needs the BKB.
Yeah.
It's like, it's questionable. I'm not gonna say that I like his choice, because if he had that BKB, man, you have Aegis as well at this point. You could have started the fight in some way.
T1 though, I want to say they want to use this Aegis to farm, and I say that just because you want the BKB on the Ember. He stayed in his lane that entire engagement, and then you've got the Sanjinasha playing Battle Fury. We'll see what Jackie wants next, but they want a power spike, right?
You are not wrong, but it's not an option anymore for them to fight or not. They need to farm. They need to get the BKB on Enigma. That's why he's in the triangle. It's the safest spot for him to farm in.
We'll just see if they can do what they did last time and find their time to get these items, and then, you know, not only get the items, but play around them right. What's the next item you think for Jackie? Saved up 1,300 gold here.
Yeah, a Basher would be nice as well. Like, you could go for that Abyssal that we see very often on Ursa's. MKB is an option perhaps if you worry about the Radiance. Maybe a Halberd will come from Raid King too, so we'll see.
Jackie right by Makoto. They don't catch a glance at each other. This is a BKB for Zephyr next too. We see this a lot from Earth Spirits, that early BKB, just so you can stay in these fights and be, you know, hyper effective.
No, he actually scouted out the smoke top.
Geomagnetic Grip. That stops the stomp, but the roll, that only hits onto the Phoenix. They've got the Magnetized. Jackie coming over. He'll blink in, or use the Earthshock in. Look to get Kez cute, find themselves one. Did blink to cut down the distance as well.
This smoke really didn't accomplish a lot for Boom. How many bounties? 2 bounties each team, I believe, right?
Yeah, and you gave up the Elder Titan.
And they gave up, yeah. They tried to smoke up to that top bounty. That's a very common play. You smoke up and you try to get a fight on your terms around the bounty runes. But they just got caught by Earth Spirit.
So Remnant left top. Jackie's trying to take the tier 2 tower. They've got the Necro Creeps as well as the Eidolons coming through. Glyph used. It's a siege creep that's in on this tower, so they've got a lot of power going towards the tier 2. But Boom don't want to give this up, and they're coming through, and already aware of it is T1.
Yeah, you don't have to give this up at all. You're aware they don't have the BKB still on Enigma. The Aegis, you timed it. You know it's just been reclaimed by Ursa, so
Right.
you're fine with defending. Your team fight on Boom is still way stronger, as long as Enigma doesn't have that BKB. I'm actually, yeah, another smoke. I was surprised they weren't trying to force things more.
So they smoke up, but right now T1's positioning is solid enough to avoid this.
Dire's bottom tower is
And
under
they're
attack.
reading. They're just. You see the ping out. I think they spotted one of the auras on the
Yeah.
mid lane. Yeah, 100%. I think Elder Titan went too close. Natural order was spotted out.
And we're just seeing this. This was game 1 too. They were so good at avoiding the smokes.
Insanely
Dire's
good,
bottom
really.
tower is under attack.
You know, it's not something that's often as visible as this.
Yeah, so you have to ask yourself, what are Boom doing wrong for
Right.
T1 to dodge every single smoke? Because you can't be... they don't have our vision, they don't see the whole map. However, what they do see is lack of heroes on the map, right? And if everyone is smoking up, then it's kind of obvious.
So it'll be Jackie picking up the
Dire's top
BKB.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, very, very close to it.
Gets a
I like
psychic
this as well, by the way. BKB wasn't even in my mind when you asked me first time, because he had Aegis. But
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Whitemon's pushing in the top tier 2 while Boom heavily commit for the bottom tier 2.
and Mikoto is going to have a huge power spike very soon. And that BKB won't help you from against that.
Dire's
The
top
point
tower
booster is
under
the only
attack.
thing that he has left from the Agony
Radiant's
Scepter.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Poking at the bottom tier 3. Yeah, this Ags might come as a surprise to T1. And that could be fight winning, potentially game winning.
Nice few tier 3 items as well picked up. We have Enchanted Quiver on Mikoto. He's gonna love
Radiant's
that.
bottom tower is under attack.
There's that courier coming through with the Ags. Mikoto picking it up. Meanwhile, we haven't really talked about the Wraith King for a little bit. He's got himself an AC going into the Abyssal, has 2,500 gold towards it already.
It's a solid build here. Just overall, AC gives this hero quite a bit.
Right.
Radiance and Midas, like we said earlier, it pretty much just helps you to farm up the next few items.
Ooh, TP's coming in.
Radiant's
Carl.
middle tower is under
He's hit with the
attack.
Dream Coil. BKB is popped. This is with the Ags. Can they get the kill onto Carl before the leash is over? Sight and the Remnant.
That's so long, and they still don't manage to kill him.
Yeah.
They must be feeling a little bit bad there, because Dream Coil was committed too. However, BKB...
10-second BKB
Yeah.
out of the way. I'll take that.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think T1...
You can't get that BKB back. The
Yeah.
Dream Coil, it will come off cooldown eventually again.
And I don't think T1 are looking to fight without that, without that BKB. So by the time the BKB's up, so is the Dream Coil. That's fine.
It's so interesting as well. You talked about Earth Spirit getting the BKB. Man, Hyde has it. The Phoenix bought the BKB.
Coming over. Side of his Searing Chains. That roots up the Phoenix as well as Drew. Inkswell, they're coming around as Ursa gets the kill on a Kescute already. Wraithfire Blast that hits onto Jackie. Jackie's got the BKB, but he'll use that Enrage first. Now thinking about chasing. There's the roll in. They get the kill on a Whitemon. They'll take the Grimstroke. They've got the Silence on a Hyde as well as the Magnetize dropped onto 3 of these heroes. Drew, though, focusing his attention onto Zephyr. Right clicks in. They've got the Malphus as well as the Midnight Pulse. The Dream Coil comes out. Back over to Drew as it's a double kill right now for Jackie. Got the kill to the Elder Titan as well as the Phoenix. They've got no buyback on the Phoenix with the BKB being popped by Jackie. Running away from Drew. The Wraithfire Blast coming in. Oh, Ravage, that's through. Only hits onto the Ursa, but it's enough to get the kill on the Jackie. They find themselves Carl, who get hit with the Gush. They've also got the Silence, the Phantom's Embrace. That silences up the puck, but Yule's up into the air. They'll spot themselves the Grimstroke once again, who ball back into the fight. He's there for 75 seconds without buyback. Now Carl on the run. BKB. Still no Black Hole. Sight of Fist Searing Chains. That hits on a 2.
He won't even try it, I think.
T1, yeah, not even trying for it.
Yeah, he can't. This Enigma, he used the BKB during the fight without using the Black Hole. And then afterwards, after the BKB has been expended, you can't use the black hole anymore.
Right.
It's like that BKB is as important as your black hole, because one does not come without the other. Really well played overall by the Ursa. Sadly, the supporting composition of his teammates was not there. Jackie was the man of the match in that last team fight. He kills off one support with the ulti, then uses BKB for the other support. Still, wasn't enough.
Don't have Ravage, but there's the Dream Coil. BKB, Black Hole coming in. That's on to the Tidehunter. Earth Splitter comes through. They don't even get the kill to the Tidehunter. Makoto gets the kill onto one. Finally, FBZ drops, but the BKB's been popped by Jackie. Now it's time for him to run. He's trying to get out of the hands of Drew, who's ready to throw a Ray Fire Blast. They get the kill onto Zephyr. They look over as the BKB is out. Supernova down. Carl can't do anything to help at the moment. They'll look for the sleep. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and now they've got the stun on the Jackie. But there's the Soulbind as well as the double silence. They're going to remnant back in.
That's a
Makoto
dieback.
trying to stand his ground. They get the kill on the Jackie. He's gone for 110 seconds. No Ursa to play with. These heroes are so low on Boom, but they just aren't dying.
But that's your BKB popped with the black hole on a Tidehunter that already used his Ravage a minute ago. Like, that's not the target. That's not the hero that you want to be catching. It's not an easy Enigma game. It's very difficult to catch the puck. Wraith King has 2 lives, so you don't really want to expend that black hole on him.
Yeah.
He tried to kind of catch puck and the Tidehunter, and he failed. Plus, he forced the Ursa buyback because of that big ulti. Yeah, if you're cool right now, you're just, yeah, you're not feeling great.
No, not at all. And Carl going back in. Jackie burned out by the Sunray. And he's just dead for a long time. All of a sudden, Boom have a 13k lead over the game.
Yeah, they have that Aegis, they have the cheese on the Phoenix. Obviously, you don't have to give it. Oh, all right, they switch it up. They give it to the Wraith King. Better safe than sorry. There is no reason really for Phoenix to carry it so far.
Ooh, a lot of damage on the Drew. Has to get Glimmer Caped and back off.
Yeah, that's the Stroke of Fate plus the Midnight Pulse.
Dream Coil finding Zephyr.
Ring around the
Dancing
Rosie.
around the trees, and now the Gush. Zephyr up into the air, Sunray on him. No chance to escape. Makoto with another one.
Yeah. You can see that they're slowly getting to the items that are necessary for the Ursa too. Phoenix with the Sunj, getting towards that, very close towards that Halberd. Tidehunter also has full Halberd, full Yules completed. He didn't go for the refresher instantly. He's just, I believe, debating us with that quick buy.
And now Drew has an Abyssal.
Yeah, another item that's very good against Enigma. That's also something. It's not only about the Ember Spirit, obviously. It's very good that you can catch him in fights. But you can always blink behind Enigma once that blink is there and cancel the whole.
Daedalus on the puck, like the damage spike again from Boom
Radiant's
is
top tower is under
so
attack.
much, where, I don't know, T1, they're looking for an Abyssal on Jackie, but he's so
Radiant's
far
top
from
tower
that.
has fallen.
Is Shiva's going to be enough from Carl? I'm not
Radiant's top tower
so
is under
certain about
attack.
that.
It helps. Is it going to be enough? Definitely not. They need some help from your psychic friends to defend this high ground. But
It's not looking good so far for the
this is
Psychic
their
friends.
best though, right?
Yeah. They need like a 5-man black hole, but it almost seems impossible. Why would Boom ever set up like that? They just don't have the heroes that do that.
You know, we've seen in game 1 some very questionable Boom high ground pushes, so you know, this isn't their strongest part of the game.
Yeah, getting onto the high ground has been a bit of a problem for them. Almost level 25 for Drew. Let's see if he takes the Reincarnation cast Wraith Fire Blast. So it's a difficult one to deal with. And Arcane Blink, the next build for Puck.
I would love to see the same coming from the Tidehunter and the Enigma. Enigma with the refresher, okay, I can get behind that too. If you know, fail one black hole, you can at least cast it again.
Or if you hit, you can hit again.
Yeah.
Especially have that double BKB. That's very important because, like you said, no BKB, no black hole, most likely.
Pretty much. Even with the BKB, your black hole isn't 100% now.
Yeah.
You have a couple of things to deal with.
Invisibility.
So Ags being built for the Ember. You've got Basher finished for the Ursa.
Bottom lane, he's caught.
Coil again.
Oh man.
Shivas, but the damage is just so much from Makoto at this point. You may have gotten away with that minutes ago, but it's not happening again. And yeah, you can see Boom just supporting their mid, giving him the tips, realizing, yeah, Makoto is on one. He's 14-1-8. He hasn't died since he gave up that kill under the tier 1 tower in the beginning.
Yeah, beware of Mikoto after you kill him the first time. That's going to be the last one as well, it looks like.
You anger him, and all of a sudden, well...
You know what it was? It was the pause. The pause angered the beast. Oh. Okay.
Makoto.
Not the best, not the best.
Yeah, but there's the blink as well as the Ravage. They've got the black hole. It's ready to go. Onto Makoto. They have the damage to get him killed off again. They've got the Abyssal Blade, so no, they don't. Cuckoo trying to run, but that magnetizes onto these heroes on the side of Boom. They get the kill on to the Enigma, who will buy back. Doesn't have that refresher, so we talked about the second black hole. It's just not existent at the moment. Makoto survives, Boulder smashed out, Hyde keeping them healthy with the Sun Ray.
Yeah, he's going to have Midnight Pulse. I think he should save it for mid lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can delay them a little bit, but they can't fight without the Ember.
Throws the Midnight Pulse. They'll lose the tier 3, Ember up in 4. How willing are Boom to stay? Ursa going in, Yule's up into the air. Jackie now needs to run. He's in trouble. Dream Coil out onto 2. Icarus dive in. BKB's been popped by Hyde. Down goes Jackie. Down goes Cuckoo. Looking like the end for tier T1. The chase is on to Carl. Not much of a place for him to go. They get the first life out of the hands of the Raid King. Illusory Orb comes in and finishes off Carl. All 3 cores are gone, and it's looking like the hopes of T1 in this game are gone as well, as they call GG.
What a performance by the Puck, really. All the tips go once again in his favor. It's a lobby game, I believe it doesn't really matter, but man, Mikoto, he found a way to carry, and I was questioning his item build with that Witchblade a little bit, even though it's extremely popular. But man, did he make it work later on with the Aghanims, with the Witchblade, with Daedalus, popped off.
Just don't kill Mikoto and pause, is what we've learned, because one death, and that was. I don't know. I think sometimes he gets himself into a position early. He dies trying to get aggressive, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, now I've got to change things, and he
Steps
pops
it
off.
up. Yeah.
It
wasn't really all about
the
Puck, as panel will probably talk about. This Enigma with the black holes, they weren't really on point. There were some questionable plays coming overall from itemization. Also might have been the problem from T1. So.
Yeah, maybe with that BKB we could have seen maybe better opportunities. But again, I don't think that was the only problem with this lineup at all. It seemed like T1
there were some things really. Like you had a really solid draft on the side of Boom, which obviously they played extremely well. But at the same time, when you buy that Necro tree and then you go for Blink Dagger, you never hit that point in which you can successfully black hole.
Yeah,
they just get a couple of items, and then you're always one team fight behind.
Yeah. So T1, they end up dropping that game. Boom. They even the series up. We're going to a game 3 to talk about. It's the panel. Back over to you guys.
If only there was one among us smart enough with the foresight and intelligence to say, Puck is going to carry this game and Boom are going to take. Unfortunately, you know, there was. Oh wait, actually, I think I did say that. Anyway, enough playing my own trumpet. Guys, what really led to the downfall of T1 in the second game?
Do you want to take the positives of Boom
I'll be
or the negatives?
I'll be the negative guy.
Okay.
So Earth Spirit really struggling. I haven't seen Earth Spirit struggling like this in quite some time. You know, he's level 1, almost 4 minutes in. He's getting caught outside of the position multiple times. Necro 3 on Enigma. You know, I can try to see some sense in it. He wants to burn Raid King's mana. They will get rid of the vision. And then gets into Blink. You know, it's a lot of gold investment into these like 2 items. Once you get a BKB, like which I think he should have gone for a bit earlier and be able to team fight with the team. I think that's a huge mistake. You know, sometimes I mean, Necro 1 is enough. Into BKB, into Blink would be my choice this game.
All right, and Black, now for the positives, please.
Any more negatives, or that's it?
Well, you know, let's balance things out. You say a couple of positives. I'll
back to you.
Yeah.
So the positives from Boom, they had a very easy to execute draft. They had a very team fight oriented draft that allowed them to do many mistakes, which they haven't made too many this game, to be honest. Laning phase was quite solid. I'm not sure how they got away with the last pick puck. That was very free for them. But you know, Mikoto again doing a lot of work. Itemization, a little bit risky, but got away with it. And just overall, I think they do best when Mikoto is on that really game-winning hero, and Drew has like a very simple objective, you know? Like, you just stay in front, you give me an opportunity to jump in, and I'll do the rest pretty much, you know? Which they did. He jumped in, he just gave vision, he lost the life, but of course he's Wraith King. And then Puck jumps in, gets a good coil off, deals all the damage in the back lines, and ultimately they took a pretty convincing win again.
Yeah, they certainly did. And man, that coil from Mikoto in the end onto the Ember Spirit just solo kills him in the bottom lane. That was incredible.
It's a lot of damage.
25, Dreamcore Rapid Fire, Daedalus, like the pieces are there. Mikoto puts them together and just gets himself a nice easy kill. And man, I mean, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Lacoste, have you got another negative in you?
I have to be the bad guy. We're playing the good cop, bad cop.
We'll swap
here.
it up next time, don't worry.
Sure. Enigma also like using a black hole on a Tidehunter who already used the Ravage. Then Ursa buys back. They still try to take a fight, which should not be the case. And from there, the game just pretty much crumbles.
Yeah, we have to mix it up a little bit. I got to be a little bad. Stop using Enrage and BKB at the same time, please. Enrage does not increase the damage or anything, you know? It's just a defensive cooldown that you're supposed to use when it's necessary. When you're BKB'd, it's not necessary because they can't stun you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah, I think
For all
that's
the Ursa spammers out there, that's how you play it.
Any glimmers of hope in the T1 match this time around? Is there anything you saw from them which you liked at all? Or
They had a pretty good early game. And I thought they would transition into much better mid-game, you know? Enigma, as he said, weird items. I think he just goes for a BKB, and then they can just take Roshan for free. They get all those objectives because they can't really fight into Enigma with BKB. But the way the game went, you know, he went BKB third item.
yeah, those small mistakes really kind of snowballed, really avalanched, and cost them the win here as the series gets drawn into a 1-1 tie. Meaning we have a third and final game to find out the winner of this series here in the SCA. DPC join us after this short break for the finale, the third game of T1 versus Boom.
waste my time, get out my way. This life crossroad, this life no joke. So don't look back, 'cause I'll be there in the smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the burning, the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze. While the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for you all. Whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off. 'Cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome back to the DPC SEA region, brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad, and join me on the panel to take us through game number 3 of Boom versus T1 is, of course, Black and Lacoste. Guys, game number 3, you know, it all comes down to one more match, one more game between these two teams. Who do we think is going to take it?
It's tough to say, you know. We see a lot of these teams making mistakes, very punishable. So I want to see the draft once again, even though I'm having a bad read so far on the draft.
Are you 0-2?
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't talk about these numbers. It's not really important. We're here to have fun, so.
Okay, are you having fun?
I am.
Good.
Like, these games are fun, for sure.
Black, what's your predictions been so far? You're 1-2, 1-1, right?
1 out of 2, yes.
1 out of 2. Yeah.
It's
not bad.
It's decent, you know. Like both games, I did not go for the better draft, but for what I thought the better team. But honestly, T1 does not look like the team that I thought.
How did you choose a better team if there are 2 teams? We already had 2 games.
No, I mean, I said, like, in the first 2 games, I chose the team that I thought was better.
Okay.
Like, on paper, yeah.
I see.
First game, it worked. Second game, it didn't work at all. So, third game, I'll toss a coin.
Toss a coin. Sometimes it seems like that is the safest way to bet in the SEA region, as these games do just seem to be sometimes very, very volatile. In fact, we've all got 1 right in the prediction except Lacoste, and apparently our producer's got 2 right so far, and he's mocking the rest of the production crew. So
that's why he will be tested first.
He will.
Later.
He will. Yeah, we'll put him to the test.
And he has 3 hours of Dota played.
Yeah.
So he has more knowledge about the game than us. Yeah.
How does that make us feel? Because we have like 30,000 now.
We also have BCOT winning Production King yesterday, but it doesn't mean anything because he didn't do his dance, which he said he'd do anyway. So, you know, he gets a crown taken away from him. Fake news, yeah. So it's up for grabs. Anyone can grab it. So getting into this game, of course, the highly contested picks and the stuff which is always banned. Are you going to switch that up for the 3rd and final game? Do you say, maybe we'll let them take the Monkey King, we have a good idea on how to counter it? Or do you just keep on banning those things that you don't want to play against?
I think what the last game also showed, just pick Puck. If it's available.
Just
pick.
pick.
Like, I can't believe Puck is left in the pool.
I actually thought it was banned. That's why I didn't talk about it. And then I looked at the bans. I was like, well, Puck is not banned. T1 must be picking it up. And then I go Ember. And I'm like, huh? Ember is like a super bad version of Puck.
Well, we can actually have a look at the winning curves of both the team. Now, what this is, it's a graphic to show you what time in the game these teams are going to be closing things out historically, right? So we see that T1 is actually a team which doesn't tend to close games out very early on. They tend to throw their peak at the kind of 35-minute mark, meaning they're a little bit slower to close these games. Meanwhile, Boom, they've actually got a much higher win rates when it comes to the early games, and then kind of starts to level out towards the middle. So it's possible we could see Boom going for something much more aggressive in this game, try and take advantage of their experience in closing games out early and catch T1 off guard.
Yeah, their late game, as the graph also shows, is very iffy. Their late game decision-making isn't the greatest. Unless, again, I feel if Mikoto plays that late game hero that really has to make the right decisions, you know, it usually goes much better for them because he is quite experienced at this point. He's just overall an amazing player.
I'll say it. I think Mikoto right now is the best Southeast Asian player. Like very consistent. Overall, just feels like very stable. Does his job. Knows the matchups really well. Gets the most out of the hero. His item build is like. You never go like, why is he doing that? Like, why is he building these items? Because it makes sense in the end.
He's chosen a really bad time to become this good, hasn't he? So it's this point in the game where it's a point in the competitive scene where you can't really swap teams, and no one will probably want to swap teams until after TI, I would imagine. Or do you think maybe someone might be like trying to pick him up, scout him out, maybe Fnatic or TNC or something like that? But hard to see when they've already got such good mid laners on their own. So who knows what will happen? Who knows where it'll go? Also, China like to dabble in grabbing some of the talented SEA boys, and even EG and Team Undying have some SEA players as well. So, you know, they tend to go all over the place. Who knows? Maybe he might even end up in EU. Could be anywhere, but...
I know him personally. We are not super close friends, but, you know, we talk quite frequently. And his biggest problem is that he doesn't speak English very well. He's not very comfortable with English, very shy. This is the main reason why he's still, you know, in an Indonesian team, because he feels very comfortable there. Communication is easy. Yeah. I gave him the advice to definitely, you know, go out, learn English. It's super important. Like
you
he
are
would
the
be in a
one
Tier 1
who
team.
pioneered our scene with going to different regions. You didn't know Chinese. You didn't know Mandarin when you went to China, right?
Just the very basics. Like I studied online for like 6 months. I'm sure his English now is better than my Chinese when I went over. Yeah. But when you're in the environment, really, you learn so fast that, you know, don't be scared of that stuff, because I'm sure he has a lot of offers, or had a lot of offers that he probably turned down, just like in your dream. They've been in a very similar boat.
Interesting. Yeah. Alrighty, guys, let's get into draft number 3 of the day. And Boom Esports are, of course, going to ban out the Monkey King and the Death Prophet once again. T1, they're going to get rid of the OD and the the Phoenix. That's not only, that is a Phoenix.
Yeah. Phoenix did quite a bit of work last game, going back to the Pango first pick. Honestly, T1, second pick, first phase, I can just pick up the puck. Same pick as the first game. Same pick rotation. And that didn't go too well for T1. Hopefully they change something up.
I'm sure they have an idea.
Yeah. I really want to see that early puck, though. Puck is really good against Pangolier in all stages of the game, pretty much.
Yeah.
The coil, the silence control that you get from puck is just too valuable.
Yeah.
Hero scale as well. Like, you can choose whether you go for... I'm going to go with the magic build. You know, you get the cast range, you get the spell amp, or you get the damage talents and be able to...
Coddle.
Okay, so Coddle...
Changing things up
a bit. I value this hero highly. Does so many things. He's like an old Chen where you can recall people. He's like basically old Keeper of the Light with some new abilities. And just feels overall great. You had a point about him falling off if he gets killed once or twice in the lane, so needs to be very careful about overextending. I want to see some combination with Keeper of the Light, someone that uses chakra magic nicely. One of the better ones, of course, Ember Spirit. I'm a big fan of the Keeper of the Light plus Night Stalker.
Do you like it with Pango? I feel like I'm a big fan of Coddle with like a very tanky, like a Tusk. Something in front lines gives you good vision in team fights. But Pango, Coddle, is like very squishy. If there's one puck now that can jump the back lines, Wraith King again.
Whoever picks Wraith King just wins the game.
Yeah.
Seems like that's the story of this series.
3 ages, apparently. Is a good thing. Yeah, I'm not sold by Pangolier Coddle duo. Maybe if they're together offlane, I think it can work, put a lot of pressure on, you know. But as a support duo, I'm not the biggest fan of it, personally. Especially against something like a Wraith King.
What about Wraith King Disruptor? How does this lane look for you guys?
I mean, it's just in game 1. It's a very stable lane. They played against, what, Beastmaster Pangolier, right? And even then he free-farmed. So Wraith King is just a beast this patch. It's just so hard to bring him down.
If this is their lane for Boom, Pango plus Keeper of the Light into Disruptor Wraith King.
It's weak.
It's really weak.
Yeah.
It really is compared to what T1 have.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's likely that Boom will want to put Hide on the Pangolier.
That's probably Pango 4, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit afraid that, you know, 2 squishy supports usually means that you need to pick a very tanky mid or offlaner that can give you information in team fights, which is not always the easiest thing to do. Are they going to ban out the Beastmaster this time is the question.
It is the question.
Because last time he had a phenomenal game. Pushed a lot of towers quickly. I mean, T1 has to change some things up, right? Because first game they got crushed in lanes.
Yeah, they did. Like, Troll had 10-minute Battle Fury, Beastmaster 11-minute Necro 3, which is something that should not happen.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Getting rid of the Nyx Assassin. Okay. T1's like, we're fine with that, you know. Mana burn against Wraith King. They could possibly ban out Invoker, Class Wax Invoker. Not sure why we don't see too much of the hero.
Yeah, I think people is afraid because it takes a specialist player, I think, to pull off Quas Wax. Because like, if you don't get the right rotations at the right times, you tend to fall off quite easily. And it's a very strong hero in the right hands, but I don't think SEA really has like a prestige, like Invoker player, you know? They're more known for their pucks and TAs and...
Considering Carl is literally called Carl, which is Invoker's name, you know, maybe there's...
but with a C.
True.
That is different.
And this is, of course, Makoto and Carl on the screen here, the two mid laners, facing up against each other.
Yeah, they both play Invoker to an acceptable level, but they're more of Exort players, you know? They're both more on the greedier side. Quas-Wex is an entirely different hero.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I'm an Exort expert as well. I can't play Quas-Wex at all. It's so hard to find those rotations, really. If you don't make it work, you just fall off, your network falls off, and you just have no impact anymore.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad they keep making it so that you can play both of Invoker. I just find it's kind of useful to make him more viable. But we do have that Beastmaster coming out for T1.
So they took the Beast this time. What did they take last time?
Underlord?
No, they picked their support, I believe. What was the other support?
Like
Nyx says they picked Nyx, yeah. But Nyx is banned this time, so they take the Beastmaster. I would still love to see a Puck. I don't know why it's not picked.
Yeah.
It's so good for both teams still.
Puck always feels good because you can flex it.
It's never bad.
The hero just...
Is Puck good into
easy to
Disruptor even?
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
I mean, you can dodge a glimpse with phase shift very easily. You just got to be careful you don't get trapped in the static field.
Yeah, yeah, that's the big threat.
Yeah, but it's like he usually has to walk up to you, you know. How he sets up his static fields is usually with glimpse, which you can easily phase shift. So the matchup is pretty Puck favorite, I would say. And nowadays you always go BKB anyways. Lich.
Oh, that's some squishy lineup. So that's a Pangolier core. Lich. Why would you pick? Why would you pick Lich? Like Lich, Keeper of the Light is. I feel like Boom is just falling into a trap
Lich
right
Cuddle is
now.
weird.
It's very weak.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. If they get like really good fights on their terms, you know, Pango rolls 2-3 heroes, they get a good Chain Frost.
You
and
just
stuff,
picked Lich into Raid King, which means there's going to be a bunch of skeletons, so your ulti is going to bounce off those. Beastmaster with the boar, with his necro units, so you don't get any value from the Lich pick.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to secure the safe lane, I guess. Only explanation, Lich is a strong safe laner. It's not a great pick here at all, in my opinion.
No, I don't like it. I also don't like that it reveals that you're, basically in your entire draft now. You can't flex that Pangolier anymore. He has to go into the 3.
He could go middle, worst case, but it's not really a game-winning hero from the mid lane either.
Wait, Lich or Pango?
Pango.
Okay.
Not Lich.
I'm like, what's going on? What am I missing? I don't know, like, why would you not pick Puck? They have 0 log. They have 0 stuns, 0 silences. It's just a free game for Puck.
Mirana. I feel like everyone's just complicating everything.
It's overcomplicating things for no reason.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Phantom Lancer. Okay, I can see that. Although the new Mirana and the Wraith King is actually not that weak against Phantom Lancer as people think it is. Once you get that Radiance, it's actually quite tough for the PL to fight you.
And you buy Shard, so you don't care about that mana burn,
Yeah.
guaranteed reincarnation. Boom Esports, they learned their lesson. They played Phantom Lancer into Lash matchup, I believe it was yesterday, where they lost. So they're like, yeah, we need to ban it out.
Ban
it's
that
just,
out.
Very hard to play into.
But still very squishy, all 4 of those heroes. There's no real playmaker yet either.
Yeah.
Like
Boom needs
there's
a
Puck again.
Like
Just pick Puck.
Leash against the Phantom Lancer feels good. Can scale. You build either like a Deso, Maelstrom.
Just pick Puck, man. Why is it the last phase again? There's no Puck pick. It's so good in all of these phases already.
If we interview Whitemon after this, I really want to know what it is he eats during the draft, because like he loves those
Everyone's
things.
eating.
He's
Not
eating the
just
same
him.
thing every time.
Every time Whitemon eats the same thing during the draft. It's like his brain fuel.
Yeah, but these sticks, they don't look like breadsticks. It's very...
I thought they were breadsticks, but they're definitely not.
Yeah, they're like they look very squishy. Like, like he doesn't even bite in it.
Carrot? Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Yeah.
Learn his secrets. Maybe he won't tell us. Maybe it's his ace in the hole.
Maybe he grows it in his back farm, in his backyard.
Could be something illegal, possibly, as well. You never know what it is.
Yeah.
Kind of illegal brain stimulant to get him through the drafting phase. Wow. Or the gold.
Yeah, he's probably... I mean, you probably have to be, because nobody's picking Puck. He's like, why is nobody picking Puck? He needs to eat to forget his sorrows. Just give me Puck, guys, please.
It's a stretch, but okay.
Yeah. He's like, no, I don't want Puck again.
These heroes are very burstable.
Very burstable.
Boom.
Yeah. I really feel like they're going to have damage problems against this Wraith King already.
Yeah.
Like
PL can do damage, but more recently we've seen him go for like the heart pretty early, right?
Hood, hard, and Diffusal is like the most common build nowadays, and that's like no damage against the Wraith King. Once he's out of mana, you hit for like 90 damage.
It's not enough.
It's really not that big of a deal. But Pangolier, you know, in a core role, if he snowballs, he can get a fast Maelstrom Basher. He can potentially dish out a lot of damage, but again, just pick a puck and you coil him, and he's dead.
Where do we think T1 are putting this Mirana?
It's a +4.
Yeah, from a mid lane, you want to have something more with AoE, dealing
like
with
what?
PL illusions, like a Puck possibly,
Puck
Dragon
interesting
Knight,
suggestion.
and
Puck,
Ember Spirit.
I think Puck would be pretty good here too. I actually also feel like Dragon Knight is an amazing pick here.
Dragon Knight feels good, yeah.
They could, no, TA is banned, so that's not an option.
Yeah.
OD is banned. Then suddenly the Underlord mid comes out. Wow.
It's a possibility. Why not? Against the PL, like he buys pipe, let's say, or just a hood casual. They have no damage. Like they literally take no damage on their side.
I would actually like that Underlord. It's Puck or Underlord for me.
I don't think I'm gonna go like wow. Like this last pick from Boom is gonna tie things up together.
There goes the Puck.
There goes Puck.
Wow.
So Dragon Knight or
Dude, I feel like Dragon Knight is so free here, and he owns PL as well.
Exactly. You have a cleave.
Very
Breathe
nice.
Fire, damage reduction against the PL and the illusions. Just
All right,
feels
so
great.
DK, Underlord. Any other?
I think DK or Underlord are the best.
All right.
DK.
Oh, they do go DK.
That is like the
Okay,
most
okay.
obvious pick here. It's
Yeah.
perfect.
Very unusual for an SEA team to go with their last pick
T1,
to be the.
like, this is a
T1
huge
won
out.
pretty much. Super
out-
Whoa,
outright.
whoa!
sorry.
You guys aren't predicting yet.
Oh,
we have
no.
to, of course, get our
I
get our
think,
producer.
yeah, I think
and
Boom's lineup is impeccable. It's amazing.
It's like
Too late, guys. Too
Okay,
late. He's
let's
already
hear-
said T1. He's going for.
He already said T1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our flexing producer.
Man, I forgot that Sepp has to predict too.
Yeah, you couldn't bait him in time.
I'm just like doing my job, you know.
maybe he got debated. You know, we were like, yeah, Dragon is gonna be the last pick. He's like, wow, these guys know what they're talking about. So it could be a big debate here.
Oh look,
Which-
71%
Wow.
Boom. Sepp, did you see that? Wow.
That's Twitch going for Boom. He says it hasn't changed his mind though.
Yeah.
He is still going for T1, and I think, oh, you know what, he didn't let me down last game. Why would I let him? Why would he let me down a second game? I'm going for the Puck again. Why not? I'm going for Boom. I trust him. Makoto God.
I don't think it's manageable to lose a game like this with a draft
so
like this.
outdrafted.
It's so
They're
such an
so
outdraft.
outpicked.
Have you not covered enough SEA yet to learn your lesson? Let's
No,
hear it.
this
Okay, what was the
one-
percentage?
This is 95.
95?
95-5.
95-5?
Yeah.
Not 90-10?
No, I'm not even giving them 10% here. I'm
Black, what's your prediction?
Yeah, they're really outpicked. That this game
Alright.
should be very one-sided.
Okay. 2 predictions for T1, 1 for Boom. Let's bring in our casters and find out what they have to say.
Quick
As we
prediction.
bring in some very quick, lightning-fast predictions from B-Cup and Lizard. Let's hear it, guys.
It's a puck again. Mikoto playing that puck. It might work, but yeah, like Panel said, they are a little bit outdrafted here and there.
faster.
Pick up.
Okay, so you know those little things that you get when you're in high school, the little fortune tellers? Yeah, I did that thing where you know
The game
paper
is paused, actually.
pyramids.
Do, do,
Okay,
do,
wait, it's
do.
The
paused.
first I'm
okay.
going to regret
Game is
saying
paused.
this. You guys can take your time.
Okay, so you remember those little fortune tellers that you would make? You fold the triangles and then you fold them in, and then with your fingers you just open them up, and then you flip the panel open, and then it says like you ask it a question and it answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it said T1.
Dude, that
That's all I
thing
got.
that thing told me back then that I would experience a big misfortune. That was so brutal when I read it. I was just a kid.
Was there a misfortune?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you get to write the answers yourself on those. Why are you writing horrible answers that
isn't
you're
it-
going to be inflicted
Aren't
by?
your friends supposed to write it for you?
If
you
you
need
have
better
friends.
then.
Yeah, I mean, what is
Anyway.
a friend
Or
really?
if you have friends at
Lizard,
home.
what is your prediction, sir?
Yeah, I already went with T1.
Why? Why? Please explain your thought process.
Yeah, they just have this Dragonite last pick into the puck, which seems pretty solid. Raid King, yeah, it might be a little bit problematic versus the PL, but you go Radiance, you buy that AC, he tickles you after like, 20-minute mark, so it feels solid. Also, what's up with the support duo? You have Kotal and Lich.
It's good, right? It's the best support duo in Dota.
Who are you trying to debate here?
The predictions are gone, Black. There's no need to act anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's wrong with Coddle Lich?
Everything.
wrong?
Well, what's right with it?
Like,
Kotal, guys, I think we went back to day one with Boom and their crazy drafts. That's how it feels like. At least this time around, they do have Puck for some control. So you have this Kotal, you have Lich.
Yeah.
Pango, he's a hit or miss. Like that Rolling Thunder can provide a lot of value in the team fight. It might not. Puck, however, when Mikoto plays it, it looks pretty solid all the time.
I
Right.
feel like this game, Dragonite and Raid King,
Kinda
are
2v5.
just gonna laugh at their faces. You know,
Alright,
you can't
I'm
kill
gonna
us.
be the baby deer that walks into the wolf den, but what's gonna
Dangerous.
stop the Puck from just kicking off this game like he did last game?
A
again?
Dragon Knight stun.
Dragonite stun.
Which is
Yes.
instant and
Static
lasts.
Storm.
And then it gets Rawed after that. The thing is, Radiant, they have no save.
Yeah.
If that Puck gets Rawed, he's dead. If you get Puck gets Dragon Tailed, he's dead. There's just nothing they can do about it. Like a Frost Shield, sure, but
Yeah,
no.
the last game, the Puck had a much easier game, right? Like
Yeah.
it was completely free for him. This time, he actually has some spells that he has to dodge and might not be able to itemize in the
Might.
same greedy way.
Might.
But let me tell you how they win. They 5-man coil, 5-man blinding light out of the coil. Everyone is stunned.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, that's it. That's their biggest combo.
Yeah.
Sounds tough.
It's a pretty big
Crazy,
combo.
right?
How does Lich come into that combo? Because you're kind of pushing them away.
He throws his Chain Frost and it pulls the guy that was pushed away back in, and then it bounces between
Oh,
the
it's
guys.
push me, pull you
Whoa.
strat.
Whoa.
Okay.
Push me, pull me straight.
Galaxy brain. So that's very ambitious.
Or for the next level player, he can get Aghanims and he pulls everyone.
Oh, there you go. That's
Where-
the combo.
Where's he getting
You've,
that
you've
gold
swayed
from?
the producer, by the way. He's now saying he's changed his predictions to Boom, so well done. You've talked him around.
You also have Aghanims on Kotal eventually, right? You have that disco ball. You can
Yeah.
pop that bad boy in the team fight. Everyone's going to start dancing like B-Cop promised us to.
But never,
haven't seen that.
never delivered. Yeah.
Oh, we have some time now.
No peer pressure, Beacon.
Don't do that.
pressure.
Don't do that.
You don't feel comfortable, don't do it. Lacoste understands.
You did some dancing, B-Cup, the other day when we were casting YMCA.
Yeah,
I
we
think
were
you
doing it, but that's DMCA. We changed it.
Yeah, it's a DMCA.
We had to change the lyrics. You don't want to. Then you just spell. You give a little D, a little M, C A.
Okay, I can see
faster.
why you didn't want to dance now. Thank you for...
Right. Game resumed. I'm done with them.
Alrighty, let's take it away. B-Cop and Lizard get into game number 3 of Boom Esports versus T1 Enjoy.
So game number 3 here. Boom against T1. They're going to be dancing around the map better than I dance in general. It's, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate that.
He laughed.
Somebody laughed.
At least there's that. Yeah. Like Panel said, definitely T1 favorite draft, but overall Boom are not without their options and not without their plays. You have this Kotal PL lane as well. Or actually it's going to be Lich PL and Kotal Pango. You'll have the swashbuckle spam onto the Raid King. On the bottom lane as well, PL is one of the better heroes versus Beastmaster. Then you'll have Lich with Frost Armor as well. So there are some nice things if you manage to win the side lanes and kind of even out the mid lane, because that lane is a little bit more difficult for Puck.
Right.
You still stand a solid chance to take the game, but yeah.
Already Wraithfire Blast. Ooh, missing the follow-up arrow. Almost landing an arrow that could have led to first blood.
This voice line, try a bit harder next time, is so perfect when you dodge that first gank at minute 0.
Just what I've been waiting.
When you're moving around the map and avoiding ganks, try a bit harder next time. Is that the best line for, when the other team misses ganks? Are there any other better lines?
Enigma has a line, "You're beneath me." That one is pretty
That
sick.
one's great.
Yeah. All right, we have a normal start. Nothing really extraordinary here. It's an interesting build on Mirana position 4, by the way. Starting with 6 tangos, 3 branches, Fairy Fire, and a stick. So you don't really hurt a lot with your right clicks this way, but
Right.
there's a ton of sustain.
Well, we'll see if the sustain is enough. And then you've got the matchup we were talking about. DK against the Puck. Carl against Mikoto. Mikoto popping off last game. And really, it feels like when he pops off, he's just carrying the game by himself at times.
It can definitely happen. You remember the Storm game, the last Puck game, multiple Storm games actually, where he just carries on his own. The thing is, though, in a game such as this one, you can't really see a target that he jumps on, dream coils, and kills off on his own. Mirana and Disruptor supports are that, but cores, they're naturally very tanky. This top lane, though, this is a lane that can go either way. Disruptor is a hero that can kill Kotal. We might even see a first blood here.
Yeah, Hyde on the run. Thunderstrike and a right click enough to get the kill. Whitemon, the position 5, so, getting first blood.
Yeah, so the problem for Kotal is you usually start like this. You buy boots, right? And you're the fastest hero in the game, but your HP is so low. Like, your health pool is 500. Thunderstrike is the hardest hitting nuke, level 1. So all he has to do is just spam it on you. Look at that.
Just he's half health already. Charges up and Illuminate. That hits on a Whitemon. FBZ. Can he get one? No, he can't.
Wow. I actually, yeah, that's something. That's something. Usually it procs 5 times if he's hitting me, but in 4 hits, by the way. But yeah.
I'm never lucky against the percentages. It's just not one of those things that I've maintained some luck with. Thunderstrike, Jackie putting some harassment on an FBZ. It's so much harassment up top. This lane's going really well at the moment.
Yeah, Skellies are zoning FBZ pretty much right now, if you look at it.
What can I do in return?
Yeah, when it comes to the other lane, Puck, yeah, so far keeping up with Carl. Once Carl gets that double bracer, this lane is just so easy for him.
Yeah.
He can't be zoned out. He just farms away. Only thing he has to be careful with is those first Dragon Knight forms that he uses them around his teammates once he tries to push. Because sometimes it happens, you use that form, you try too hard to push the tower and then you get punished by rotations.
Yeah, and then we've seen Carl be punished before. He was able to kill Makoto early last game, but then he tried to get another kill under the tower and that led to him dying. And that changed the complexion of the game so much when Makoto was able to get that early kill. Because the lane looked like it was getting one-sided.
Yeah, the lane in the CS way was kind of whatever, even-ish, but getting that solo kill obviously did give Ember an oomph. Then Makoto hitting back, getting that level 6 before.
Has that wand though, he'll survive.
He just started with incredible amount of regen on this bottom lane. You're playing into a Lich, so it's understandable. Nice Frost Shield there by Cascute, stopping the salve on the Mirana. Also, the sentry that you see here is really important.
Ooh, Zephyr
has wand.
Arrow, wand, Starstorm in, and a kill on the Cascute. T1 now up to nothing.
Drew might have been able there to clean up, like if he moved in a little bit earlier. But yeah, the Fairy Fire and the Magic Wand on Mirana just helping Zephyr get that kill.
Yeah, and it's constantly just the aggression again on both these side lanes so far from T1.
Now, top lane has been back and forth, right? Like they push in a little bit with the Kotal, then you get hit back by Disruptor and Wraith King. I think mid lane we should not see a kill unless something really goes badly by one of these guys. Like Makoto maybe dives the tower, gets stunned. Carl, I just don't see him dying at all. It's now has a wand too.
Really tough to get the kill on to the DK. The 4-minute mark where rotations normally happen has come and gone. So 5-minute bounty runes.
Now top lane.
Oh, going after Hyde.
Yeah. When you're talking about those rotations, it's more likely that Dragon Knight kills the Puck with the Mirana rotation, let's say, than the other way around. Because who's gonna rotate mid? Kotal? Lich? This is why the panel did not like these two supports. Which one of these supports does anything post-laning stage?
It seems like they're just glass, or well, food.
They truly are.
Okay, it's tough to find the right positioning. We've seen Liches, even with a lead, still struggle. Like Kezku, yeah, he's gonna offer Frost Shield, but at times that feels like that's it. That's it.
It's kind of nice versus the Boar, right? Versus Beastmaster, but top lane, yeah.
Hyde going down to Whitemon again. Like that, it's just these supports feel super weak against what T1 are throwing their way. Kuku getting chased by Drew, But really, it's harassment he can handle, and this lane is probably not going to get easier for him, especially once that Necrobook's picked up.
Yeah, it's not definitely getting easier because Mirana starts hitting a little bit harder, just starts spamming you. You always arrow the Carti, you push in. Lich can't sustain himself any longer on that lane, so unless they rotate the Kotal in as well, eventually this tower will fall. But the problem is, how do you rotate Hyde away from top lane? The moment you do that, FBZ is problems.
Now, unless he gets a opportunity to swashbuckle Rolling Thunder away, but that's it. Like you're going away and you're giving up the lane to Jackie and Whitemon if you move the Coddle out of here. So it's already seeming a bit tough. It's a 1K lead right now for T1. Obviously, we talked about the DK mid who just gets to be stationary and farm up and feel comfortable throughout unless there's massive rotations in, which. Again, like you said, you can't rotate these supports away.
And can you really rotate the puck away? That's also the question, right? Because Mikoto, he's been stunned, but he should be fine here. My point is, the moment you leave the lane as a puck, that tower is gone. You can't do it versus a Dragon Knight, right?
Right.
But you want to be rotating. You want to be extremely active early on as a puck.
And he's not really going to have that opportunity.
At least what he's doing is he's out pushing the wave, then farming some jungle. So he's maximizing his presence on this mid lane, what he can do at least.
FBZ, he'll rotate bottom. Rolling Thunder comes in. Oh, Doppelganger. Drew just surviving with 20 health. Going for Zephyr, spinning around in a circle, finally latches on and kills him off.
Got him.
If Drew dies there, that rotation from FBZ feels really bad.
I think this is a nice move from them because the PL doesn't want to stay bottom anymore as he's not optimizing his farming patterns and they're pressuring him. So you rotate the offlaner down bottom to defend while PL goes perhaps into the triangle, perhaps top lane. The problem is you have this Pango who's not really able to pressure top, right? So you can't play that normal game of rotations in which we're going to take your tier 1, you take ours, we pressure your jungle, you pressure ours. They can't do that unless Puck makes some magic movements.
It's already put Drew into the jungle. Seems like a difficult situation for him to be in the jungle already.
Top tower is under attack.
Which... does that lead to your towers going down? Like, does Beastmaster have the opportunity right now to...
Not really. Top lane.
Glimpse? Kinetic Field not going to land, but they have the Wraith Fire Blast, so Hyde, he's dead easily again. Jackie with another kill. KSQ trying to defend the tier 1 tower or just pressure this DK a little bit.
Yep. Normally, back to your question, if you do rotate the safe laner to the jungle this early on and no one is pressuring the enemy tier 1 on top lane, you can lose your own. But because of Pango staying bottom, it's a little bit more difficult for T1 to just capitalize on that. Plus Puck also rotated bottom earlier. So they are securing PL's farm, but they're getting more out of the map on the side of T1.
And that's evident in the fact that, there hasn't been much of a skirmish yet, but almost strictly farming. T1 have a 2K lead. Just does seem like all over. They're getting more out of the map.
Any stacks on both of these sides? Not really.
Courier.
Radiant are scanning.
9 health, but finally dies to Zephyr.
Yeah. There's a Dragon Knight rotation down bottom.
And they've got 4 heroes near, and they are going to rotate in Hyde. But Carl will show himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to be here.
Yeah, Whitemon up towards top, though, getting chased by Drew. He's surviving for now, but back over bottom. Primal Roar used. They get the kill on FBZ. Makoto comes in, drops the Dream Coil onto this Beastmaster. Cuckoo trying to survive. He's leashed up for a couple seconds longer. One more right click gets the finishing blow. They end up losing FBZ, who does buy back. But they still lose the tier 1 over bottom, and all they get out of that is a Beastmaster kill. The buyback is going to slow down FBZ's game.
Yeah, that buyback instantly met by a tip by Cuckoo. He didn't lose way too much. It's an early buyback. What really matters is after you die, you know, that first death after buyback with the increased timer hurts you more than the actual gold that you spent right now, as you farm away on the lane anyway. By the way, Disruptor managed to juke the PL on the top lane while that was happening, and he TP'd bottom, but he wasn't there on time. If he was there on time, they could even take a big fight with Static Storm, with Roar, with everything.
Kodo going boots of travel this game, so not that Witchblade route that we saw previously.
Yep. It's an interesting choice. This kind of a build makes you more active on the map, and perhaps you can answer these Beastmaster and Dragonite pushes a little bit easier, because you can just TP to the lane where they are while you're, let's say, split pushing top, and then defend your tier 1s.
So we'll see if it works out that way. Jackie's just had an open moment where he's almost level 10. He's almost got that Sacred Relic. He's going to be moving into this Radiance very quickly. He sits ahead of this PL by over 1,000 gold. Like, he's finding farm around the map. They need to slow him down, and it looks like Boom are going to try to do just that as they smoke up bottom. Not too far away are his teammates for Jackie, but if they can get the kill quick enough, I'm not even sure that it'll be enough.
It's
they
a
go
really...
into Moonlight Shadow, they've got the Dream Coil, and now the rotations are coming in from T1. They'll get through that first life off the Rolling Thunder, but now it's already time for Boom to leap. Kescute's died to the Skeletons, they'll bring in the Disruptor, they look over as 2. One's blocked out by the kinetic field, the arrow comes in, it's not going to land onto the Pangolier, but they still get the kill on FBZ. They'll take out Hyde, 3 heroes gone, and all they get from that is just the first life out of the hands of this Wraith King.
Man, they really hate FBZ. That tip, once again. He's dead for 60 seconds, by the way, after that kill.
That's a long time.
And this is a tier 2, perhaps. Pressured, perhaps even gone. Let's see. Okay, they don't have the Necros. The Skellies are out. They have to go back a little bit.
And they're just cleaning up in a fight like that. It's a lot of commitment just for the first life of Jackie.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were expecting there. Maybe they thought he didn't skill it yet. Sometimes it happens,
yeah,
but,
you hold a point,
but usually you just hold a point and you can still do it, right? That's the thing. Very interesting that they attempted. They also saw his teammates around mid, so they thought, okay, this is our chance. He's very far out. Maybe
took too long to get the kill, though, right?
Way too long. I mean, Lich died to the Wraith King alone. His skeletons just killed Lich.
And obviously, Jackie going into the Radiance, he'll eventually need that shard because PL's got the Diffusal. So that's 1,400 gold that'll have to be invested in the future, and maybe an opportunity in between this Radiance and this Diffusal, or in the Radiance of the Shard, while having the Diffusal is an opportunity to kill Jackie where he doesn't reincarnate.
Yeah, that's pretty much 6 minutes from now. Even if you wanted to buy it, you can't, right? It's shards come up online on 20-minute mark, so we'll have to wait that. There are some ways to play against the PL that don't include the shard, and the main point is the magic wand. Like, if you're a Wraith King player and you don't buy a magic wand, I just don't understand you. So he has that. He's going to pop it when he loses his mana, and then you can just use the ulti off of it.
Dream Coil again. It's down onto the Disruptor. Static Storm committed. He's going to die as 4 heroes are over here. FBZ joins in. Drew gets the kill on a White Mound. All right. Well, Static Storm, not the worst cooldown. Dragon Tail, right clicks coming through, as well as the arrow. That lands. Starstorm finish for Kescute.
Yeah, I just don't see these two supports doing a lot on the side of Boom. That's their biggest issue right now. Like, you have Puck with Dream Coil, you have Pango with his Rolling Thunder, but the supports literally contribute nothing. Like, these two, you can't play around them. It's, I'm not trying to speak badly of the players or anything. It's just that in a game such as this one, all you can do is def and wait for PL to become big.
And he's trying his darnest to do so. Diffusal has that Blade of Alacrity going into the Manta, almost finishing off the Yasha afterwards, but we'll see if that even ends up being enough. You've got Carl going into the BKB. Beastmaster still working on that Necro 3.
Yeah, you have a Vessel on Pango. That's also a pretty big thing. Now with this Vessel, you might be able to take down, let's say, a Dragonite, because it negates all that region.
Zephyr's working with a lot of farm from the 4 position. He's got a Vanguard building into a Crimson Guard.
Yeah, okay. All right. I actually did not check Mirana's items, but this is... Okay, let's just see if he dies here. They're eyeing him. Yeah. Okay, so this is the build versus PL, right? Like, this is what you want to go for. It's not necessarily the best item for Mirana.
Right.
Not by far. But in a game such as this one, when you're playing versus PL, Crimson Guard, Shivas, and Radiance are 3 items that your team needs. One, Wraith King is buying the Radiance. You can see the Crimson Guard by Mirana. Shivas probably won't be bought because they don't have a true carrier, but eventually maybe on someone.
We'll see if it ever comes out. Pressure onto the tier 1 tower mid. You've got some heroes nearby for T1. Makoto leading the charge with Hyde as well as, well, really the rest of the team behind him. Dream Coil used on Whitemon once again. They've got the Waning Rift. He does have Static Storm, which he will drop down, as well as the Kinetic Field. But it's not on anyone.
They're managing to find these position 5 pickoffs. Meanwhile, they use Rolling Thunder, Dream Coil, everything that they have, Kotal ulti, right? So it's not really that worth it for them. Static Storm has been used, but you want better kills.
So Drew being recalled top, he's going to continue to find some space to farm. He goes away from the Manta, over to the Sanjin Yasha, as well as queuing up that Heart. Necro 3 picked up for the Beastmaster. We'll see if this is a moment where T1 want to smoke up and make something happen.
I'm actually very surprised that they aren't making more moves than they are. But they're also satisfied by their chances come mid-game, late-game. Here we go, the first push on the tier 1 mid.
And they use Moonlight Shadow. They'll take away these sentries, take away the vision up on the cliff before, and look to get the tier 1. They've got skeletons and creeps all pushing in. Arrow thrown blindly up the steps, not landing. They get the tier 1 tower. They'll back away. They use Moonlight Shadow for that.
Okay, so the Moonlight Shadow thing was Dragonite is lurking around with Blink Dagger. And if you see that Puck stepping out of boundaries, you can jump him, kill him. Well, it's nice. Is it the worst thing that you wasted Moonlight Shadow? No, it's not. It's not that big of an ulti. It's not that big of a deal.
So Necro 3 for the Beastmaster. We'll see what he queues up coming in next. Finishes off the wand. Gets a Clarity sent over.
They're ready. The Halberd is almost completed on the Wraith King.
Yeah, just 400 gold.
Once you have that, there's just so many ways to make this PL miss and make his illusions useless. The Crimson Guard isn't completed on Mirana, 1,000 gold away.
It's a little while
DPC.
out. Blink Dragon Tail coming through, as well as the Arrow Frost Shield, but the Static Storm gets committed. FBZ falls prey to the tier 1 T1.
Well, the tier 1 also fell prey to them, yeah. That mid lane, and now Roche will too. You do have some strong heroes around the Roche pit, but how do you approach it? That's the problem.
This scan. I don't know what that does for them though, right?
Yep. Beastmaster is giving a lot of vision as well, so it's hard.
Have a couple Hawks on the high ground in the triangle, like you said, giving a lot of vision. Nobody coming over for Boom. It looks like they'll just concede this despite the fact that it feels so slow.
It is very slow,
in the
right?
hands of T1.
Jackie is the one that picks it up, just in case his mana gets burned, right? You don't have that shard yet.
This will buy him enough time to get to that shard, right?
Yeah, better safe than sorry. I mean, he needs, what, 500 gold? He gets that 500 gold from these bounties and 1 extra creep wave, so
I'll take that.
he should have it very soon.
Now let's see if he buys out on that first or the Blink Dagger. I think having the Aegis, he might just go to the Blink Dagger and then build a shard after, right?
That's also a fair point. Having the Aegis, sometimes top lane.
They have vision on Hyde. Have the Hawk, there's the Glimpse, Kinetic Field, Blinding Light, and they'll get the Primal Roar to finish off this Coddle, but I think that's maybe a little bit of what Kato was hoping for. He gets the blinding light, making sure that he tries to TP out. If you want to get me, you have to use Primal Roar.
Yeah, you're hoping to live, right? To TP out and make their efforts wasted. But if you bait out one big ulti, that's also really good. This Kotl is one of the reasons why... Oh, stun. Or nothing. This Kotl is also one of the reasons why Boom have a fighting chance, because he's moving from one side of the map to the other, recalling PL, allowing him to keep up with the Wraith King.
Problem is they're just falling very far behind. They're 7k down.
Yep.
This isn't a game that feels like Mikoto is popping off at all. He's got no kills, no deaths, only 3 assists, playing pretty defensively. Like, mobility and defense are his items so far.
Yep. I mean, who do you kill on the side of T1? They're all sticking together. The 2 supports that you can kill, itemized so you can't. Like, this run has a Crimson Guard. You can't even burst her down.
Full Crimson ready to go. Pressure on the tier 1 tower. Frost Shield placed on the tier 2 again. They are starting to rotate in. They've got the Waning Rift as well as the Illusory Orb under the Wraith King, but that's not stopping Jackie. It's actually tier 1 that are coming through. They're in between this tier 2 and tier 3. They've used the Dream Coil and the Chain Frost. Sinister Gaze, a lot of damage being done. Jackie ends up losing that first life. He still has that Aegis to work with, though. They'll get the kill on FBZ. They ticket the Pangolier, and now they'll start to try and back up, but Blink, Waning Rift, as well as the Illusory Orb. Some damage on a Cuckoo as well as Jackie, but nothing doing. They get the reincarnation out of the hands of the Wraith King, but he still has that Aegis.
Yeah, they didn't really get what they wanted. Dragonite would have been a much, much better pick-off. Yeah, they're showing teeth a little bit on the side of Boom.
Yeah.
They're no pushover. After all, when they have their ultis, they can still be scary.
Wraith King actually building into the AC before the blink that he wanted to get, before the shards that are available.
This is mostly aimed at the matchup that he's facing. AC overall is an amazing item on Wraith King, but when you get this like AC Halberd Radiance combination, PL stops being a problem for yourself. He mostly can just kill your and clean up your teammates, but pretty much never you.
What are the answers for Boom? Like, it's such a struggle to ask that question because they're so far behind.
Yeah, they just need to split the map and hope that T1 makes mistakes, because how long will they be able to stay in this disciplined formation in which they're playing all together without being picked off with all the right items at the same place at the same time? It's hard to say, really.
That was the pipe for
mid lane,
Cuckoo.
hide. It should be a kill.
Carl shows up out of the Moonlight Shadow. A couple right clicks, breathe fire, and a Dragon Tail to his name, but Cuckoo swipes that with the Wild Axes.
Yeah, it's just... What did Black say? 95%? 5%?
Dream Coil down. That's on the Mirana with the Rolling Thunder. Do they have the damage to kill this Mirana with the silence? There's nowhere for Zephyr to go. And eventually they'll go back into the trees and TP away. Drew, though, hit with the Dragon Tail. The rest of the team is already TP'd out. Doppelganger trying to find some distance here.
Jackie.
Drew on the run. Jackie's in. Oh, gets
baited
by an illusion. He had the right one. He charged up the stun, and I think maybe thought the other one was the right one.
Maybe Skelly's baited him or something like that.
Yeah, they all attacked the illusion.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, because his teammates were also pinging out the right one.
They were all chasing the right one.
And now Aegis has been reclaimed. Boom overall, that move, they made it well. They killed off the Mirana, even though they used a couple of ultis. They didn't lose anything afterwards, and now the puck has Lincolns too. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Try and get these pick-offs on these supports.
Right. Getting another recall in. They've got 4 heroes down bottom. Silence in the defusal. Carl on the run. BKB. It's forced out, and now Carl is safe to leave, but is he going to leave? Rolling Thunder from FBZ, that'll run out. Back to form is Carl, out of the Elder Dragon form.
Yeah, you're thinking about his itemization as well.
Makoto going aggressive, has the Dream Coil, and DK, he's dead. Illuminate comes out from Hyde. Carl just away from his team too far.
Away from his team and also without the BKB. He felt a little bit he was a little bit reckless there, right? Like you think that you'll be able to farm because they'll back off. They don't back off, you die. So a little bit too greedy.
This is a rough death for Carl, because it just felt like he could have BKB'd him back.
Yeah, he could have. 100%. He just expected, okay, they won't chase. I'm fine here. It's my triangle. Teammates will follow up, but no one was near enough. What I mentioned earlier, he's itemizing into the Mjolnir. That's also problematic for PL. Right. You have the Mjolnir procs, you have Breathe Fire as well, reducing the damage output of everything. So,
will it be enough to get through this heart of the PL?
I think they do have enough damage. It's just difficult to lock him down, right? If you can lock him down, if you can isolate him with, let's say, Static Storm, Roar, then you have enough follow-up. Like, look at these heroes. Every single one has some sort of control on the side of T1, right? Yeah. Every single one.
But there's the heart for Drew.
Alms for the dead.
It's a big power spike for him as well. Sadly, not a lot of damage.
10k lead, but I will say they're starting to feel a lot of confidence for Boom.
Really?
I think so. I think just that kill on Carl, the amount of farm this Phantom Lancer's getting, like, Makoto's starting to get some farm to make something happen as well. And bottom, Zephyr down to about half health, but a blink away there from the Pangolier. They've got Makoto to back him up just in case.
Yeah, that was Dream Coil used as well. They didn't manage to kill off the Mirana. I love how they're finding these really irrelevant pickoffs or attempts to make a pickoff to which T1 has to answer, and because of that, PL has a free game on the other side of the map. Because you're being aggressive, like, even if you don't get a kill, it's good.
Opening up that space, glimpse into the Static Storm, they'll find Hyde. Tries to force staff before he's trapped in, but unfortunately not quick enough. Almost have this Ags on Puck too, and Roche is going to be back relatively soon.
Yeah, in 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1.5 minutes, Roche will be up, so if you're T1, that's your next objective. You don't really have to do a lot. Yeah, you don't have to force much.
Blink up. Don't find Makoto yet, though.
Yeah, you see the game plan, right? The Puck just creep skipping. Kotl, as soon as he respawns, he's going to run to the other side of the map, do the same.
Looked like they had a courier coming over, might have spotted the Puck. Don't think they get the kill anyway, they're just so far away. Drew by himself, they know which one it is. Ooh, into the trees now. Arrow, Doppelganger, back into the lane, and the recall from Hyde. Drew out in time.
And that was, yeah, that was more luck than skill, let's put it that way, because Drew was really deep for an extended period of time. He needed to go back a little bit earlier, but with Hyde respawning and with that arrow missing, they get the recall. Really well played by Hyde as well, clicking that recall onto the PL.
Yeah, making sure that his PL has a chance, because TPing out's dangerous there.
It's such a hard spell to press as well, right?
Drew, I believe, was spotted. Blink looking for the Dragon Tail. Drew goes down. The Rolling Thunder comes in. They've got the Moonlight Shadow as well as the Primal Roar that's going to be used onto the Pangolier with Chain Frost bouncing around onto Jackie as well as Carl, but they've both gotten away.
Makoto, he's coming in. He has that ulti.
Yeah, there's the Dream Coil on it too, as well as the Silence. The attention, though, on a Drew. Static Storm, it's in. Drew in trouble. Sinister Gaze, that's going to lock up the Wraith King, but it won't save Drew's life. They'll look over at Kescu, get themselves a second. Both these heroes have buyback. Makoto in pretty deep. Illusory Orb, but not far enough away. Carl right on him, waiting for him to blink. Looks over to the side, and he's too elusive.
Way too elusive.
Wow.
And that Dream Call was pretty solid, right? You're catching two supports. All you need is your PL to follow up the Dream Call and clean them up.
Yeah.
just kill the support. It's very simple. The problem is you can't go through the enemy sidelines, right? You can't go through the Wraith King, you can't go through the Dragon Knight, the Static Storm, the Kinetic Field. It's just such a difficult PL game right now.
Everything trying to help him stay alive, help him be of value in these fights, start to get that damage off. It's just not enough. You know, Makoto only doing so much, or can only do so much, and Drew gets caught anyway.
You were talking about this PL and how he's becoming a menace. What about the Wraith King that's sitting on 21,000 net worth?
Yeah.
How do you go through him? You know, he's a bigger problem for Boom.
Yeah, and Whitemon dies to Makoto. So Makoto, again, getting a pick off, but it's not...
He has Ags now.
It gets into the Ags, but it's not a pick off of really any sort of, like, fueling for T1. They can just let that go. That doesn't need to be like, oh, now we have to rotate. Now we have to make something happen. Like, Disruptor dies, he's back in 30 seconds. We'll wait for him to be up. He's got Static Storm. We'll go again.
So as long as that happens, like you just said it, as long as they let it go, that's the key word, because sometimes they don't let it go, and because of that they find themselves using their ultis around their own tier 2 when they could be pressuring and pushing, right? So just discipline.
So bottom tier 2 getting pressured, and the pressure will make it crumble. Not turning into diamonds though, just turning into rubble.
No, Diamond is the outpost that you can pick up afterwards. They had the tier 2 before on the top lane, so yeah, not really that important.
Yeah, they have both outposts right now, while till that 30 or 40-minute mark.
You can see Whitemon with that Invis Room probably tries to ward up the high ground. Maybe here a little bit deeper observers will be placed.
That's being built by the DK. He's only 750 away from that. You've got power spikes aplenty coming in for T1 still.
Yeah, he's going to be the Black Dragon. That's actually Black's first nickname or something like that. When I was signing in here on Steam, it had Black Dragon nickname before.
Makoto, Octarine Core, and Jackie, like we said, just building up, building towards that Abyssal. DK after this creep wave will have Axe.
Yeah, I was thinking the team might get the Mjolnir on the Wraith King. You have one already on Dragon Knight, but it's not that bad to have two even. You can see that they're slowly choking them inside their own base.
Yeah.
They can't get out anymore.
Falling further and further behind in terms of net worth because they're choked in. And now Jackie, the Spearhead going into the tier 3.
Yeah. All the tier 2s have fallen, and in a situation such as this one, if you're Boom, the only way you get out is with a smoke. Or if they push high ground, obviously, and you take some good engagement.
FBZ, rest of the team, all here over mid. And there it is. There's the Ags Dragon coming in. Joey Wheeler would be proud of the Black Dragon coming out. And Jackie getting low already. Needs to be careful while Carl hits away at the tower.
That's the Pango with Enchanted Quiver, by the way. So he deals a surprising amount of damage every time.
Maybe T1 feeling it too difficult to go for that, even with an Aegis.
Yeah, they could have forced it. They still have 1 minute to work with on the Aegis, so I would like to see them use that advantage, but when you're holding the whole map the way they are, you don't truly have to do a lot. Just stand on the triangle, farm the hard camp and the Ancient and prevent them from going out. But they are smoking, so...
Ooh, they got the scan. They know where the Dire are.
Look at them just pushing high ground instantly.
Yeah.
This is such a crazy play. I like this a lot, actually.
Just go for the high ground. This gives them an opportunity to get the tier 3. That's exactly what they do. Blink in, Waning Rift, as well as the Illusory Orb, trying to do enough damage onto Jackie. Sinister Gaze locking him up. Again, still working with this Aegis. The timing's getting close, though. Primal Roar is out. Jackie, though, on the run, and I believe he has that Aegis Yap for 15 more seconds.
Yeah, going to have that reclaimed right now, get that region kicking in. But yeah, that's a high ground push. It was a very funky, interesting, cheeky play coming from T1. Because usually when the team smokes up, you meet them on the triangle, right? Like you can kind of see when they're smoking up, or at least anticipate it.
Right.
But they anticipated it so well, they just rushed straight high ground.
Blink Dragon Tail coming through onto the Pangolier, as well as the arrow that follows it up. The Static Storm also committed for this. They get the kill on FBZ. Sending illusions forward, and not enough, though, to stop them for going towards this Rax. Silence on the 4 heroes, that's not even feeling like it's enough, and now they'll move their aggression towards bottom. They've bought back on FBZ, though.
He brings a lot of control. The Spangolier with his Rolling Thunder, with all the disarms.
Right.
They respect the buyback, they move back on the bottom lane. They also, the form has been committed, right? And you can wait a little bit to have the new one off cooldown. Will they wait, though?
Haste.
Doesn't look like it.
Again, that talent, that shard, sorry, on Disruptor.
Just the Thunder Strike on the Wraith King. Making him that much more strong.
He also, by the way, has Elven Tunic. So now you have so many different ways of evading PL.
The extra evasion, the attack speed, the movement speed, all there with the Elven Tunic.
Yep.
He's going into the BKB next. Getting a minute and a half from minimum respawn on Roche.
Drew is a little bit... Yeah, he just bought the wrong item. Now, I don't know what exactly he's doing. He's waiting for his Skadi gold, but... Is it on the... No, it's not. He doesn't have a TP.
Now he does.
Now he does, yeah. He's gonna buy it with... Yeah, he should buy it with a courier. He's getting out.
Shadows take us.
I guess he miscalculated the gold needed because he was spamming the buy next to the secret shop, and then he just bought the javelin because it's 100 gold less. Yeah,
He's got the gold.
Hmm?
He's got the gold now.
Yeah, just needs to actually buy it. Probably would be better for him to buy it on the dire
side of the
yeah,
map.
dire side. Because, yeah, that courier... Oof.
Spell Prism for the dire side.
What did they give it to? Of course,
Give it to
Dragonite. Yeah.
Ooh, Spell Prism for both sides, and an overwhelming blink for the DK.
Yeah, just another way of dealing with the illusions. The AoE is really, really nice from Overwhelming Blink. It's one of those items that we really didn't value a lot, still don't, but in some situations it's good.
It's also, as he hits level 25, he's got the 1.8 times Dragon Blood HP regen and armor for that 25 talent.
It's just 50-ish armor, man, like 40, 43.
Carl just going to go through this top tier 3. They'll go for the Setarax next. Disarm. Puck in by Makoto. He's stuck over in the back. They've got the Rolling Thunder bouncing up the Disruptor as well as this Mirana, but Makoto was caught. He got hit by the Static Storm. Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. Kezcute and Hyde are already dead. Both of them will buy back, but Makoto doesn't have buyback to work with. They found Drew. Drew trying to fight 1v4. Drew will try to make something happen, but T1, they're not really getting too hurt in this. The only one they lose is the Disruptor, and Drew just doesn't seem like he has the damage to take out these heroes.
Take out? Tickle them, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, he dealt no damage. Yeah, he's not doing any damage. They just itemized really well against him. Also, the heroes on their own are decent versus PL. I really don't see them ever scaling to the amount of damage that's needed to take down T1. It's still possible, but...
Fine Cuckoo. TP. Disarmed. Oh,
there we go.
In the air, and now they'll catch the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Mistakes happen. You never give up. You play until the end. Nice pick off, and maybe they can move into the pit.
They just cheese Ag's Blessing. Drew going after Zephyr. Zephyr with the leaps, gets some distance. Now the kinetic field, Doppelganger out of it. He'll run towards Carl. Carl's kind of disconnected from the rest of his team, but he's got the BKB, the Chain Frost bouncing. Kescute and Hyde are dead again. They both bought back already. They'll get the Dragon Tail onto Drew as well as the arrow. Phantom Lancer in trouble. Starstorm hits. There's the kill onto Drew. Gone for 84 seconds. No buyback available on this Phantom Lancer.
They can decide now to go either into the pit or just push high ground. He has no buyback. You saw that item completed just a little bit earlier. The last time you pushed Puck and Pango.
Barracks are under attack.
This is a difficult job for them to defend versus the other Dragon.
Blink Dragon Tail on FBZ. There's the Dream Coil on the 2, but it's not going to matter. FBZ's already dead. And it's Puck against the world. And, well, they'll just tap out and call GG. Puck won't even try for it. And T1 will take the series over Boom Esports 2-1. Well done by T1 to take that game. Looked very easy for them. And eventually Boom just run out of options.
Yeah, they definitely did improve when it comes to the draft in some of these games that we've seen recently, but this was not one of those. No. Your draft is very difficult to execute if you're a Boom fan, if you're a Boom player, because Mikoto on that puck just didn't have any options. He cannot make pickoffs. Even though he did extremely well, he tried to split push constantly. Eventually, you just fall flat to the raw HP.
Yeah, there wasn't much of an answer for the DK, for the Wraith King. There was a couple times they got pickoffs, but at the end of the day, T1, they just end up on top and they take the series 2-1. We'll hear what our panel has to say about it. Back over to you guys.
That's right, T1 defeats Boom in this best of 3 series, thus moving themselves up the pecking order here in the Southeast Asia region. Guys, Black, Lacoste, you saw it coming, you predicted it well, you knew what was going down, and went pretty much to plan. Anything catch you guys off guard at all this game, or was it all just checkbox, checkbox, checkbox?
Boom Esports did better than I expected. I thought this was just going to be a stomp. Maybe they get 3-4 kills. That's pretty much it. It's very hard to play with a draft like this, where you're pretty much countered in every single possible way. You lack damage. Mikoto still had a decent game, but it's just a tough one, you know. Your Phantom Lancer's playing into Dragon Knight, into Wraith King with the Radiance, the Mischance, like Mirana, the way she itemized, going for a Crimson Guard. This is something that I like to see from the players when they go for a different route, something non-standard, thinking outside of the box. She's like, yeah, I'm just going to tank up against the PL and the Illusions, and very effective overall.
Yeah. I love that DK Ags as well. I mean, how good of an Aghanim's upgrade is that, Black?
That's probably A, if not even S tier, you know, it just upgrades everything.
It is named after you, isn't it, as well?
It is, yeah. I was a Black Dragon back then. I'm now here in human form for a while.
Why did you decide to, you know, get rid of the dragon?
It was taken.
No, well, why wouldn't you just call yourself Dragon instead of Black? Like, what did you decide?
Because Dragon is more popular than Black. Like, maybe. Okay. I don't know.
There was also a number, right?
Dude.
There was also a number, like 553?
Yeah.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I mean, I made that name. Just add up the numbers when I was 13.
Lacoste, has your name always been Lacoste, or have you had a different...
It always was. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No Puma, no nothing?
No, I was just, you know, I'm playing, the couple of names were probably taken, then I'm like, man, I'm out of options. I check my shoes. I'm like, yeah, this is my new nickname.
What age did you were you when you made your nickname?
When did I start playing Dota? Like 17 years ago, probably.
That doesn't tell me your age.
17, no. So yeah, I was the same age.
Lacoste doesn't age. Have you not seen him throughout the years? Like every single tournament?
No, I was 16 or 17. 16 or 17.
Oh, 16, 17?
Years ago.
No, you see some of his pictures, he looks like a baby still. Except the facial hair. But yeah, like, you know, we are here for a reason.
We are indeed.
When the drafts are so one-sided, we can easily call out what's going to happen, because it's pretty obvious. We only have a tough time when it's really like 50-50, you know. You can't really predict what is going to happen in the early game. It influences everything. But even if they outplayed super hard in the early game here, there's just no damage.
So difficult. Yeah, I did go for Boom. I believed in Mikoto somewhat. You know, also kind of playing the odds a little bit. You know, if I got that right, I would have been the only one to get them all right today, and I would have been able to taunt you guys all the way home. But alas, you know, my gamble didn't pay off. But you know, it's like in poker. If you're running low on chips, sometimes it's good to just go for the low percentage gamble and see what happens. But yeah, Lacoste, what do you think about T1's chances now, looking at the rest of the region, and where do you think they're going to end up after seeing a couple more performances from them today?
Looking better than in the previous series, I would say. There's still things to fix for sure, but the way they draft, I feel like they had a better draft pretty much all 3 games. So that's something that they should be working on. Maybe a couple of fixes here and there. Go for more meta picks. Like Puck just feels great overall. For Boom Esports, I just don't know how you end up with a draft like this. Like you show that you can have a full grip on the meta, like play really well, draft well, and then once again you fall into this trap. Like if you remember their draft with what was like Pangolier, Bounty Hunter, no damage, no tower damage draft, that's definitely something they need to work on.
Yeah, agreed. Black, are there any more problems you see with Boom that you'd like to see them improving by the end of the season?
Yeah, it's really just a draft. Like, they played really well in Game 1 and 2. Game 1, of course, their late game decision-making also pretty questionable. If I had to pinpoint 2 things they really need to work on, it's definitely the draft. Just stabilize that, There's no need to go for all these weird combinations when you already had good combinations before. And then, of course, the thing that's hardest to improve on in Dota is the late game decision-making. It's super, super hard to get better at, and we'll see if they can manage to, because that Game 1 should have been theirs, It should have been a 2-0, but instead it's a 1-2. It's sometimes brutal in Dota, It doesn't matter how well you do early. If you can't close out the game,
it's still the hardest thing in Dota. Like just going for the high ground.
Late game Dota is brutal hard.
Trying to push the tier 3 towers.
Well, winners, of course, of this series was T1, which means we get the delight of talking to one of the members. And today we're going to be speaking to Whitemon. Whitemon, are you here and can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Brilliant. So, firstly, huge congrats. Good job. Would you say that Boom, they played to a level you expected to today, or did they perform slightly better or worse than you expected?
I think they performed very well because last time they beat the Fnatic, right? And yeah.
Brilliant. So we've noticed that during the draft, you have a little snack, a little food you eat during the draft. We're really curious as to what it is that you're eating.
I'm eating breadstick.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it is bread.
I knew it. I called it. I'm a genius. Can you send us some? Can you send us some breadsticks? So, how would you say the league is going for you guys right now?
Yeah, I think the league is, it's going fine for us because we make mistake for the early day. Yeah, we lose to the Fnatic, but we fight back. Yeah,
Certainly have.
It's good.
Yeah, showing improvements, Lacoste.
Yeah. Do you watch any other regions and trying to take any of their ideas and implement them into your own draft?
For my team, I think not really, but for me, I watch the Alliance and Secret. They are a pretty good team. I like the Alliance, the post 5, the FNG. His hero is like something unique, yeah. And then the Secret strong team, yeah.
Really good teams to take example from. Black, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a very simple one to lighten up the mood, How easy was the last game for you after seeing that draft? What did you think?
I think that game is not really easy, but we just play in our comfort and we pick our heroes and we just play very good. Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations.
Yeah, certainly did. Yeah, definitely not falling into Black's traps there.
My trap card has not been activated.
Alrighty, last question from me then, and that's going to be, if you could change one thing about Dota right now, what would that thing be?
I think I want to change the I think I want to change the puck. It's like
After this series,
it's so
I'm
hard
not surprised.
to catch the puck. Even you got the disabler or anything, it's like so hard to catch him. Yeah.
Very good answer, especially after Makoto's performance in game at number 2. But you guys were able to beat him. You beat Boom. You take the victory. So huge congratulations to you and your team as you can continue on. And we wish you the best of luck in this league.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, White Moon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
I see what he
Bye-bye.
was doing there. I saw. You know, you see the light has changed.
Yeah, he
so
was
he's not on
changing.
desktop,
Yeah.
so he goes into Dota. I need to think of something. What's the most imbalanced thing right now? Checks the heroes list, and there's like Puck. Yeah, I appreciate
Probably
that. Something
Puck.
that I do as well.
Puck, Ricky, Wraith King, my top 3 right now. Maybe Ursa even.
Even us, yeah.
I'll add Battle Fury up there,
Well, that's not a hero, but
you know, something that needs to be fixed, I would say.
Alrighty, well, it was only the one best of 3 to predict for today. You know, obviously some of us going a little bit off the rails, but some of us keeping it tight, some of us doing better than others. And prediction kings for today are going to be a 3-way tie between Lizard, Black, and Ben.
well, why is my Meepo so angry?
Your Meepo is
He's mad.
You're the one who's getting focused. They're full HP.
I'm like, help me. Lizard is like,
Lizard's the one sitting in a fountain, you know, just chilling, not microing himself. Being
no, B-Cop is the one standing at Ancients. He's like, what am I doing here?
AFK.
Why blocking the ancients from spawning? Just
Look at
like,
his
what?
face. What?
Holding a shovel?
I like those
Wow.
pictures. That I think it portrays very well how we would work in a team dynamic out in the jungle.
I was about to say it's that same thing. Yeah, it really does sum up the dynamic between you 3 for sure. Obviously, you and your son, and then Lizard. I feel like he's the uncle, you know, in that relationship. I don't know why that is.
That Lizard picture just looks so. he's like so
Kind of maniacal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of evil. I think that's his face when he's watching you guys like destroy your legs in the gym.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's going to be about it for today. Guys, final thoughts on today's action, and of course, looking ahead to the rest of the league. What are you thinking is going to change going forward?
Tough to predict. You know, Southeast Asia, again, very chaotic. Hard to predict what's going to happen. This one was on the draft, but yeah, Boom Esports definitely a team that can be matched up against anyone if they have a good draft. T1 are looking better, looking sharper, so looking forward to see more out of them for sure.
Definitely agree with that. Black, anything more to say about today's action?
Not really, other than that. I mean, what can you really say? It's like so unpredictable.
It really is.
At the beginning, I thought I had a very clear top 3, top 4. Now, not really. It only looks like Neon is going to be in the top 4 for sure. And the rest is all, like, I don't know what could happen. You know, maybe even 496 magically wins like the next 4 series they play or the next 3 series they play. They end up in the tiebreaker. They make it.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Anything
Crazy.
could happen. Well, let's have a look forward to our games, which will be coming on Saturday, as of course we have 2 best-of-3 series taking place. And that's going to be Neon Esports versus Execration, and then T1 versus TNC. Neon, obviously, I think favored over Execration, but as we know, anything can happen. I'm getting bored of saying it, but it's true.
Big favorite.
And then T1 versus TNC. That one could go anywhere. I mean, TNC have a lot to prove. T1 starting to find their feet. Can TNC turn it around? Any predictions for that second series, guys?
They're both struggling a lot, I feel. Like, they're not at all at their potential. So whoever has like a better day, had better breakfast, is probably just going to win that game. but Neon, of course, the heavy favorite, especially after Vice just beat Execration yesterday. Yeah,
I have to agree. Like Neon looking sharp, still a team that you know doesn't have that much experience. But I would love to see a team like Neon going into the major, matching up against teams from the other region to see how they're gonna go. Right now, looking good. If they decide to show up for this series as well, it's like they're pretty much guaranteed to go to a major.
At least wildcard.
Yeah.
Even if they were to lose everything.
Yeah, other people are supposed to win everything. There's still so much to be played, so much to find out, and so much action to come, but we're enjoying every step of the way. But unfortunately, that's going to be it for today, so don't forget to tune in on Saturday for more PGL action with the SEA DPC. But from us here today, it's going to be goodbye. Check out some of the other regions, but we'll be saying adios, and we'll see you next time.